Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Collegiate Chess League Grand Finale. This is the Fall 2022 season, our last week of playoffs. We've got 3 rounds to cover today, starting with the lower bracket. This is a double elimination match. So at the end of today, we will find out who will win the finals for our season, and along with that, who's going to get a slice of the $20,000 of prizes that we have to offer. My name is Joe. I'm the commissioner of the Collegiate Chess League, and I'm joined by none other than International Master Eric Rosen. Eric,
Well,
welcome.
it's great to be here. Thanks for having me. It's been a while since we last did commentary together.
Yeah, I believe that you also did the finals of last year with me between UT Rio Grande Valley and U Chicago, right?
Yeah, I think it was earlier this year, but I guess last season
Exactly.
was uh, previous season finals. So it's good to be back.
Yeah, it was the last school year. But now we have our fall season underway, and we have matches in the top 3 divisions that we're covering because those are the prize divisions. And I see we have a match that's already started in Division 2. This is Andrew Titus, a national master from Georgia Tech, against Subham. This is Asish Panda from Arizona State. So, Eric, do you know, have you heard of any of these players before?
So Asish actually, I knew from when he was like a young kid. He got really good at chess really quickly by going to the St. Louis Chess Club, and he was one of the young students that would like sit in on the lectures I gave back when I was doing some of these like residence like weekly residence lectures for the club. So
Wow.
I was shocked to see that he's in college now because I remember him as like a small little kid, like just full of energy, and now he's in very strong chess player and fighting at the collegiate level. So I assume he's a freshman. I can't imagine he's like close to graduating college.
That's incredible. I actually was not expecting you to know
uh,
either of these players.
I've heard of Andrew Titus too. He's been like a kind of household name that I've seen across like top level competitions in the U.S. But I'm not as familiar with him as Mr. Panda.
Yeah, I know Titus is actually, I believe, from Minnesota, and there's a lot of strong players from Minnesota.
Hmm.
So, yeah, it was interesting in this position. I was looking at like bishop takes f2 as an idea because if queen takes, there's queen
So
takes on
White Queen
b3.
is overworked. Yeah, Bishop F2. I wonder if White can just slide over with the king, like King F1,
Yeah,
and then Black is kind of in a predicament.
that makes sense. But there is queen takes b2 here. So yeah, I noticed both players are 2300, but Titus, of course, has the national master title. But you know Subham, so could be a close match here. I mean, is there any tricks that White has after queen takes b2? Maybe worried about bishop e5.
Yeah, it seems like White is going to have like, just a ton of compensation for being down just a pawn. Like Queen B2, look at Black's pieces compared to White's pieces. Like most of the Black pieces are still yet to develop. Like this Bishop on C8, Rook on A8. Yeah, Bishop E5 looks like a nice resource. Like almost trapping the Black Queen. Like Queen B2, Bishop E5, Queen A3 would rock into Bishop D6.
Yeah, that's a fork.
So that B2 pawn might actually be poisonous.
So you have to go to a2 then.
Yeah, Queen A2 actually. But and we imagine this bishop on E5 just staring down this G7 pawn,
Yeah, you might even
wondering
see
if there'd
like a
be
sacrifice.
like bishop takes G7.
Yeah.
If king takes G7, rook G5. So wow, rook
Whoa.
E8. Oh no, my queen.
A classic
That's a nice move.
sacrifice. Yeah. So if rook takes c2, we have back rank checkmate, rook to e1. So the queen is now a poison piece.
Yeah, I remember Subham like watching a lot of my earlier streams. I haven't seen him in my chat more recently, but I think he's maybe grown up on watching this sort of sacrificial content. Rook E8's a nice move because it's a tactical way to defend the queen.
Yeah, and plus you could now go queen a3 without threats of queen bishop d6 because there's no
Oh,
more
that's
rook
true.
anymore.
Yeah, the rook is
Yeah.
no longer a target for at least a dark square bishop.
Okay, flight square.
H4. So H4, yeah, it makes Luft and it basically threatens to take the queen now. And black is in a similar predicament.
And that also just adds another attacker on the king side, right? Like we could see h5, h6.
Yeah, H4 is a very nice multi-purpose move because it makes Luft and yeah, it's kind of this alpha zero move where you want to get the pawn involved in the attack. But one thing I'm realizing is a rook from E8, it helps fight for the E5 square, but I don't know if it actually prevents bishop E5. I mean, it might get murky, but bishop E5 is maybe still playable because white also has back rank tactics. You play bishop E5 and you say, "Oh no, my bishop," and black
Oh,
can't take it.
that's exactly what Titus is going for. I also want to mention that we do have the Division One match that has started. Do you see Antipov versus Anna Sargsyan?
Ooh, let me find that game. Okay, I have it open somewhere.
So this
Yeah,
is
I see that game. That also looks insane.
yeah, this is
Uh,
a Division One matchup between a Grandmaster and an International Master. The GM, of course, is Antipov, who is from Mizzou, and we have another grumpy here. That's Anna Sargsyan. I have no idea if I'm pronouncing that right. Maybe you have a better idea.
I don't have any
Ah,
idea, so
okay.
I'll go along with your pronunciation.
Well, she is from Webster, and she
That's right.
actually has beaten a lot of players to get to this point. I mean, both of these players have through the losers bracket. Anna's coming off a win against Harshit Raja, who's also from Mizzou, another grandmaster. So maybe she's gonna go 2 for 2 here against Antipov, or maybe Antipov will get some revenge for his teammate.
Yeah, I'm looking at the position. It seems like some very theoretical open Spanish and very provocative last move, knight d to e4, taking advantage of the pin, uh, this a2 to g8 diagonal. This d5 pawn is pinned to the king. And knight e4 might be winning a pawn, actually.
How so?
Because so when white plays knight e4, not only are you unleashing the queen, so you're adding another attacker to the d5 pawn, but you're also trying to remove the knight from defending the pawn from f6. So I'm not sure if black has like a suitable way of covering the weakness.
That's
Um,
yeah, that's really nice. That's a good find.
I mean, there's knight takes e4, but then white has an in-between move, bishop takes d5 with check. Then you can recapture the piece on e4. So it's a very nice tactical shot from white, and I think this is such an easy move to overlook because as black, you just assume the e4 square is covered so many times. But because the pawn is pinned, yeah, it does not look good for black.
So king goes out to the corner, and now uh, we can take on f6, right? This is your point. You want to remove the defender, and then is there time? I don't think there's time to take on d5 because it no longer comes with check.
Right, it gets murky. Knight f6, bishop f6, bishop d5 would hit the knight on c6. So maybe white can still get away with it. It could lead to a
Oh,
lot of trades.
all right. We do see the capture on f6, which is a logical continuation after you put the knight on e4. Bishop takes
Right.
back, and
And there's
now
also queen takes d5.
yeah, queen
So
takes
white has a
d5.
choice. And of course, you have to calculate like all these trades because g5 would hang and then c6 hangs. But as far as I can tell, it looks like white can get away with winning the pawn.
Well, that would be a nice tactic for Antipov after this 94 move. And see in the chat, we have another international master from Mizzou, Josiah Stearman, saying that Anna took him out as well. So
Mm.
a lot of Mizzou players on Anna's hit list, it seems. And if she wins this match, or I should say, the winner of this match will move on to play against Rifeng Li, who uh, was only beat in the last round by Grandmaster Grigori Oparin, also from Mizzou. So
Mhm.
Grigori won the winner's bracket. He's guaranteed himself at least second place, which is $1,300. And he's going to face
Wow.
off whoever is the winner of the loser's bracket for a chance of the first place prize, which is $1,600.
Oh, those are nice prizes for for a college league. There's nothing like that back when I was in college.
Yeah, I mean, what's even better is that it's entirely free to join the Collegiate Chess League. So,
That's awesome.
yeah, these players, all they put up was their time and their energy to play in these chess tournaments for some nice cash prizes. So we do go down this line. Antipov is up a pawn and maybe up a second pawn if he dares to take on c7. But Anna's going for the activity rook to d8.
Yeah, as white, you do need to be careful here because if black gets one more move, rook to d2, then all of a sudden there's some mating attack. This target on g2. So we see queen c5. This is a really nice geometrical move because white is not only pinning the bishop to the queen, but white's also tying down the d8 rook to defending f8. So
Exactly.
rook d2, it would threaten checkmate, but it also just walk into mate in one with queen f8.
Yeah, that's a good point. And this bishop is pinned. Is there a good way to take advantage of that?
Yeah, so white, I mean, white is probably threatening something like bishop c2 just to simplify matters. But the ball is really in black's court to try and untangle um, and try and create some threats. Like, imagine maybe we'll see queen g6. And just as I say that, queen g6 is played.
Nice find.
Um,
Yeah, another idea maybe that white had was rook a to d1, right? And try to distract the d file rook.
yeah, it seems like white is not experiencing too much trouble here because rook d2 is still not a threat. And okay, maybe bishop h3 is the main thing you have to be careful about.
Mm.
But I mean, if white puts a rook on f2, even okay, we see queen takes e7, so white is clearly not afraid
Rook
of rook
d2.
d2. Rook f2, just very simple defense along the second rank.
I feel like the difference between taking on c7 now versus earlier was that the queen was on g5, and after rook d2, rook f2, maybe black had an annoying
Queen
queen to
e3.
e3 move. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. The queen is a little bit less scary from the g6 square. And now white is up 2 pawns. Okay, the king is a little bit airy
Rook
on
d1.
f2.
We could have another oh no, my queen.
Oh, rook d1.
Yes.
Will we see it?
Rook d1 also just threatens rook d8 in general, right? I think that forces the rooks off, which would be really good for Antipov. He's up
Great
2 pawns.
point. And we
Yeah,
do
he's
see
played it.
rook d1. Someone call an ambulance,
but
but
not for
not
me.
for Antipov.
Nice. Yeah. So this is looking really solid for Antipov, but I do want to remind the audience of the match format. It is a best of two, so there is going to be another game after this, regardless of the result. You just have to get to 1.5 points to win the match. So queen to f6, that prevents rook d8. That's a good move from Anna.
Yeah, so that's threatening rook takes e7. Also has some ideas of queen to h4. Although queen h4 doesn't seem like too much of a threat. And yeah, queen f4, very, very solid move. Like all the key squares are covered around the queen, or around the white king. And yeah, it doesn't seem like black has any compensation for being down 2 pawns.
Yeah, this is
On
looking
top of
good.
that, white's threatening rook d6, which might win more material.
Ooh. Let's see if he goes for it. No, just g4.
Ooh,
So
g4
this allows queen h4 check, but I
and
assume
queen
we can
g3.
just, yeah, block with the queen. Or queen check this way. Okay. Still queen
Yeah, and
block.
white's essentially forcing the trade of queens and the resulting
Ah,
endgame is I think going to be a pretty trivial win for Antipov.
that makes sense. Yeah, so black cannot prevent the queen. Oh, well, you can prevent the queen trade, but it's
Ooh,
going to cost you a
oh no,
bishop.
black's bishop.
So now queen takes h2 check.
And here, what's really nice for white is that after rook to e8, white has bishop e6,
Ah,
essentially cutting off the open e file. And okay, black trying to scoop up some pawns.
yeah. After rook e8, you have to play bishop e6 because if you go
Oh,
king d3, then there's queen e2 checkmate.
look at this move.
Oh, and
Queen
yeah.
d8,
Uh, oh no, like wait. Where's
forcing the
oh
queen sacrifice,
because then you
although
have
we don't see it play out.
yeah, bishop
Um,
to g8 check, force the king
there
back.
was a forced mate there with, yeah, the mini windmill with bishop g6 mate
Yeah.
in the end.
Beautiful queen sacrifice for checkmate there from Antipov, and now he has to get a draw with the black pieces here to win and move on to play against Rui Fang Li from UT Austin.
Mhm.
Anna has to win in order to force a tiebreak, which would be a 5+2 blitz game.
And how do the colors work for the 5+2 blitz game? Do they just
They
keep
switch,
switching so
yeah,
Antipov would be white the following game?
exactly.
I
And
see.
then if that game ends in a draw, then they move on to 1+2 bullet
Wow,
as a tiebreak, and Anna would get white in that first game, and then they just keep playing 1+2 until someone wins.
I see.
Hmm.
So I actually haven't seen like previous weeks. Have matches gone down to these tie breaks
Yeah,
of 1+2?
we have seen some 1+2 games,
Uh,
but it is definitely rare.
it's pretty rare.
Um, but yeah, this is actually the first format that we've done for individuals. The CCL has always been for teams, but this fall season we're doing our first individuals format. So
That's
that's why
great.
it's not a team format. Although our team format that we've done in years past is coming back this spring. Our registration is actually going to open next week. So if you are a college student or college chess club captain, please keep an eye out for that. You can join our Discord to find out. But we will be announcing that next week, and the season starts mid to late January. So
Nice.
yeah, really looking forward to that. It's also going to be our largest prize fund we've ever done of $30,000 in a single season.
Wow.
Yeah.
How many teams played in the previous season?
So our last team season, we had over 220 teams.
Wow, that's insane.
Yeah, it
Is
was
that like worldwide or is that mostly
yeah,
US?
it's international. It is
Mhm.
it is mostly US schools, but we were represented in over a dozen countries last school year.
That's great.
Yeah.
So I
So
remember competing in like the collegiate Pan American Championships. It usually rotates cities around the US every year. And that tournament, it was like the biggest tournament of the year, usually attracted maybe like 50 to 60 teams, but
yeah.
never beyond 100 teams.
Yeah, Pan Am's is it's the biggest in-person college tournament, and we're
Mhm.
actually sponsoring that. That's going to be in Seattle in
Oh, that's
January.
awesome. Nice.
Yeah, so if you're going, you'll see me there. I don't know if Eric would go.
Yeah, I don't think it fits
Yeah.
into my schedule, but I'd love to return someday. I played in four different Pan Ams over the course of my collegiate career, uh, for different schools too. So it was definitely a fun experience.
So you played for Illinois and was it Webster?
And then eventually Webster University. Yeah, so I kind of got the best of both worlds between leading the A team from a state school where it was completely student run, and then yeah, representing Webster. I was board four on our C team, where we of course had Susan Polgar as our coach. So it's very different experiences.
That's awesome. Yeah, and I know Webster now has Liam Lay as their head coach.
That's right.
He was actually on our stream last week covering the U.S. Rapid Collegiate Championship.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, and this weekend, actually tomorrow, is going to be the follow up of that, the U.S. College Blitz Championship.
Mm.
So yeah, these colleges have a lot of events going on. This is the last major weekend until Pan Am's. So we'll have a bit of a break the rest of this month for Thanksgiving and all of December for Christmas. or just the holidays in general. And January is going to be another big month for college chess players. We got Pan Am's from January 5th through 8th in Seattle, and then immediately after that, the players have like a week left in CCL registration to enter the spring season. So
Hmm.
exciting times. And also, I think Pan Am's is going to be super cool this year because it's the first time that they're doing two sections instead of just one open section. Plus, they are sponsored by Red Bull this year.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Is there also some connection with Amazon? I heard something about like Amazon offering internships or something. I don't know if I was imagining that though.
Well, you might have heard that correctly. I am not
Uh-huh.
entirely sure, but I do know that the organizer for that event is part of the Amazon Chess Club, and they are
Gotcha.
doing corporate events alongside the college tournaments. So I know the organizers pretty well. In fact, they
Hmm.
were our partners for the Collegiate Chess League the last two seasons. So yeah, they definitely like to incorporate corporate chess into college chess events because it is good networking for these students as well as for the companies to try to recruit college chess players to either find internships or even jobs at their companies.
Definitely. Yeah, that sounds like a win-win. Like chess players are they can be in higher demand just with all the skills that you can learn from chess. And I actually got an internship from competing in the final four of college chess. It was sponsored by Booz Allen Hamilton. Ended up interning at the company in DC for a few months in the summer of 2014. So it's it is nice that playing chess in college can lead to various job opportunities.
That's so awesome. And yeah, actually, chess.com is hiring interns now. They just started this year,
Nice.
and a lot of the interns at chess.com are coming from our college ambassador program, which also started this year.
Oh, that's great.
So yeah, I mean, from when you were a student to now, I mean, college chess has grown so much, and it's really cool to see.
It is great to see. Yeah, it's I mean, back when I was competing, there were just so few events. It was basically Pan Am's and Final Four. No online leagues whatsoever. So it's a great time to be a college chess player.
And going back to this game, so Anna has white in a must-win situation. How do you feel about her position so far?
Yeah, this came from kind of a more positional Italian, and we still kind of have this very solid structure for both sides. There are some imbalances, like White has a bishop pair, which I would definitely say is in Anna's favor, but at the same time, Black has a bit more space with the only center pawn on the board, this e5 pawn, just gives Black a little bit more room to maneuver. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised here if I was going to say if we start seeing some knight maneuvers. I was thinking knight d5 for Black, but we see Antipov playing knight g6. Perhaps eyeing to go for knight f4 and then orchestrate some kingside attack. And Black can combine knight f4 and rook d8. It looks a little bit scary for White.
It's funny. I was thinking you were thinking knight d5. I was thinking knight f5,
Hmm,
and
just
Antipov
going after the
plays
bishop.
knight g6, which I think honestly the knight on f5 or on f4 looks like a fantastic piece, right? Hitting all the light squares.
Yeah, because g2, like once knight gets to f4, g2 and h3 are both targets. I know Ben Feingold usually likes to say knife f4 or knife f5.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, White's going to have to just be ultra alert of the tactical possibilities. There's so many cases where you play knight f4, and then there's ideas of knight h3 where the g2 pawn can be overworked.
Yeah, that knight on f3 only defended by the queen after g takes on h3 if black decides to sacrifice on h3. But we don't see the knight staying around on f3. The knight goes back to d2. This also kind of blocks the d file in case Antipov wanted to put a rook on d8, like you mentioned. This also looks at the e4 square And I also want to mention that Anna's doing really well on the clock here. She's got like
Yeah,
3 minutes,
up
three and
over
a half
three
minutes.
minutes.
Yeah, ooh, we do see 94.
Ooh, both queens hanging. Black cannot get away with rook takes d1 because knight f6 comes with check, and yeah, white would be winning the exchange in that variation.
Okay, so the queen moves, and now white's queen is
You
hanging.
imagine white will play something like queen e2 or queen f3. Although f5 is on tap for black. Just expanding with tempo. It could get messy, like f5, white would have knight c5, counterattacking the bishop. It's actually hard to judge like who's gonna have the more powerful initiative. I also want to note I'm observing these games with no eval bar and no engine. So I don't know if you have the eval bar displayed, but I'm kind of in the dark when it comes to the valuation.
Yeah, so I do have it on,
Okay,
but I haven't really been using it per se so far.
got it.
But it is.
If I make any like serious blunders in my analysis, feel free to correct me.
No, don't worry. The chat doesn't see it, so that's all that
Okay.
matters, right?
It can be fun to yeah, to look at the game just without any engine inputs and then see yeah, just see how things kind of unfold and see what I miss. But yeah, I guess if people want to view the game with full analysis, you can observe the games on chess.com or chess.com/events.
Yeah, we actually have an events page, I believe.
Mhm.
Um, so yeah, Anna's actually using a bit of her time now. She had a 3 minute advantage. Now it's only about 2 minutes.
Yeah, it seems like maybe a critical moment. Because Queen f3 would potentially walk into f4 and then later e4, where the queen can continually get hit.
Mm.
And there might be some issues with queen e2 as well, where knight f4 comes with tempo, but she does choose queen f3.
Queen f3, and now f5 is a logical continuation, like you mentioned.
Yeah, combination of like f5. I was actually just thinking of a funny line. Let's imagine knight c5 hitting the bishop. Bishop d5 looks very attractive here, and then bishop. I was thinking bishop b3 to pin the bishop, but okay, we see queen g3. All of this unfolded very quickly, so I imagine she was calculating this back when she was debating whether to play queen f3.
That makes sense. Yeah, and I do see some people are asking if this is grand finals yet. This is only round 1 of 3 today. So the third round will be the grand finals. This is technically losers semifinals. So the winner of this will go to play the losers finals against Rui Feng Li. And the winner of that match will play in the grand finals against Grigory Oparin.
Mm-hmm.
So Anna, she's up still a minute and a half, and she's grabbed on b7.
This looks incredibly risky,
I
but
know.
it's essentially calling or trying to call Black's bluff. Like, does Black actually have any strong attacking resources on the king side? Like, you want to play f5 and fork the queen and bishop, but that would just walk into queen takes g6 and lead to some
Ah.
trades.
So yeah, interestingly, Antipov declines the queen trade, right? When Anna plays queen g3, offering a queen trade. Uh, why not just trade queens there?
Yeah, you would think it makes sense given the match situation that like all Antipov needs is a draw to secure the match win. But I think it makes sense to keep queens on the board just from a strategic point of view, where White's queen on g3 is much more of a target. And in so many lines, f4 can come. Like after knight h4, White is now needing to defend against f4. Black's also threatening g2, so I'm not sure how White covers both the threat against g2 and the threat of f4 forking the queen and bishop.
Well, I do see that there's bishop to c5, right? You get the bishop out of the
Mm,
fork with tempo on the rook on
hitting the
f8.
rook.
So there's
It
that.
just seems very shaky. Like bishop c5.
Then yeah, it takes away that square from your knight, right?
Yeah, bishop c5, rook f7, and then the knight's hanging on top of the fact that g2's hanging. I wonder, like, bishop c5, rook f7, knight d6 might be a possibility, though. It can get really, really messy. We
Oh,
might see this play out.
okay. So bishop c5 played. You could also just
And we should
take on
also
g2.
mention, yeah, bishop takes g2, even knight takes g2 are both candidate moves.
Knight takes
There's really not
g2.
too much time to calculate.
Knight takes g2 makes a ton of sense because the knight also comes with tempo on the rook on e1.
You hit the rook, right?
No, this is crazy. And Antipov only has 2 minutes here.
I think this is exactly what Anna wants, just from the type of game, just something super, super chaotic where there's time pressure, where I think it's still easy to go wrong for black, even though it looks like black should have a clear upper hand here. So
Okay.
f4 hitting the queen.
Yeah, now the queen's got to go. Maybe g4.
Queen g4 seems like the most logical
There's
option.
also queen
And
d3, but
as white, I would be terrified of the queen just getting
oh,
trapped.
you know what I actually just realized? The knight on b7's also been attacking this rook on d8.
Oh, good point. Both rooks are hanging.
Both rooks are hanging. I only saw it because I was looking between either queen g4 or queen d3, and queen d3 obviously is scary because you're opposite the rook, but you have
Right,
knight takes on d8.
right. And queen d3 also has the idea of queen
Oh
h7,
my goodness.
almost some mating net. Not quite, but
That is
I think
scary.
things are going to get crazier too. Like regardless of where the queen moves, black is going to have to deal with both rooks being attacked. We'll probably have to like go all in and take g2 at some point.
Oh,
We
she's
do see
played
queen
it.
d3.
Queen d3.
Now there's e4 here as well, hitting the queen, expanding with the pawns.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
But e4,
e4.
maybe rook takes e4. And as white, you're okay just temporarily sacking the exchange, especially if you can remove black's light squared bishop.
Oh, it's a
So I'm
good
not sure if
point.
e4 actually is a great practical move.
e4, rook takes, bishop takes, queen takes.
Because in the end of that line, like white's threatening queen h7 and both rooks.
But the question is queen h7 that big of a threat, right? Because
Right, because just king f7 and maybe there's no follow-up check. Although there is knight takes d8 with check.
ah, now
Yeah, I was
Antov's under a
wondering if
minute.
black can play something like queen g5 here.
Oh, there it is,
Just
threatening
threatening
checkmate.
g2.
Okay, now queen h7's allowed. Queen h7 and then knight takes d8 with check, like you said.
Right, but is white gonna run out of steam? Like you get two checks. As white, you do win the exchange too, but
But
in
how
the
do you
very
stop mate?
end, how do you defend against g2?
Oh my
Like g3
goodness.
or g4, there's f takes g3.
Oh my goodness. She's got 2.5 minutes. Okay, queen h7, knight
Okay,
takes,
we see
rook
this play
takes,
out. And now, yeah, as white, you basically have to move the g pawn.
or no, there's
Oh, there's
bishop
bishop e4
e4.
as well.
Yeah, bishop e4. That's
Wow,
like the
bishop
only
bishop
move.
e4 actually does that defend?
Bishop e4. Hmm.
As black, you'd imagine there's some tactic. Like, can you play knight f3? There's so many candidate moves. There's like even rook h8 to consider.
Knight takes
Oh, knight takes
g2.
g2. That's a nice move.
Threatening
Yeah,
knight
the
takes
bishop,
e1 with check. Yeah, you
right.
can't
The
take.
bishop on d5 like supports through x-ray vision, so white can't take on g2.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this seems very close to lights out for white. There is this resource queen g6 to force a queen trade, but then black is up material at the end. Just a crushing position.
Yeah.
Yeah, really nice play by Antipov. Like not being materialistic, like leaving leaving the rooks hanging and going for initiative. But Anna's still fighting. King h2.
Yeah, King h2 makes
Actually, like
sense.
this move because you prepare rook g1, and yeah, rook g1 is both a defensive idea but also an attacking idea because there's a bunch of targets on the g file for
Oh,
white.
yeah. That's actually looking really dangerous for Antipov now, and he's only got 30 seconds.
I mean,
This
at
is a
any
crazy
time,
game.
black can probably bail out with the trades like knight takes e1 and trade the bishops, but then it's not so clear actually. Especially with the time situation, anything can happen here.
Oh, there was another potential bailout. Instead of queen g6, wasn't there just queen f5?
Queen f5. Okay,
There
we see
is.
queen f5 played, and it
After
looks
all
like
of this.
who's up material now? Black is up. Black's still up 2 pawns.
But Anna's going to get one back, right? Or no? Her bishop on
a6.
e4
a6 is vulnerable.
Yeah, but after rook takes on
You can't
d5,
quite
your
win it
bishop
immediately.
is hanging.
Right.
But maybe there's like bishop to b6.
We should keep in mind Antipov only needs a draw. He should be aware of the match situation. But less than 10 seconds, it's not easy, especially like by having the bishop pair, pretty open position.
The b pawn's hanging.
You might get away with b4. Probably not.
I don't think so.
Thinking rook b1 in the end, but then I can just return to c6.
Now Anna's under a minute.
b3.
Okay, but now bishop takes.
Right.
She's going back for the fork.
Okay, f3 should fall.
She could also take on
Black has
c.
this outside passed a pawn that at some point can be very dangerous. I like this move though, knight e7, because the bishop can't defend c3. Black's pawns cover d4 and b4.
Well, we could take and then take on g7, right? But then our c pawn
That's
falls.
true.
But
Then bishop d5
yeah,
in that
bishop d5
line.
is scary.
But it looks like Antipov is simplifying just so much that I don't think that he's risking any chances to lose. Because Anna, she's doing what she needs to do, like keeping the bishops on the board.
But now her bishop's
Despite
hanging.
losing the pawn.
Yeah, she's down another pawn.
A pawn goes marching. Bishop d8.
Wait, what's up with that? Oh, missed. But there's still bishop d8 check.
There is bishop d8.
Oh, takes.
Oh,
Intermezzo.
the king was overworked. But bishop e8. What's happening?
Wait, bishop d8.
Did she save?
Whoa.
Wow,
Whoa.
rook
Oh, it's a
f7.
discovery.
And she's winning.
Oh, she's up a bishop.
She won material, but can the bishop stop the a pawn?
Bishop d8
Yes, it
was
can.
mate.
Bishop d8 made in 1?
It was mate in 1.
Wow, what a mate in 1. That's not easy to spot in like a split second though.
Oh my god.
Mate in 1 was missed. That's such a crazy mate in 1.
She missed bishop d8 check so many times. But can she win this?
This looks very difficult to win.
She only has a pawn.
Like how does white ever win the a pawn? And black has this outside pass h pawn.
Oh man.
Yeah, I think bishop d8 was just a blind spot there. It's like you don't always consider moving your bishop to the back rank.
What a clutch discovery though on the rook on c8 to win a piece. Oh my god, now she's super low on time.
Man, it's a time scramble. h2.
Oh my god, she
And
can't.
this is
She
completely
can't
winning
stop
for
the
black
pawn.
now.
Wow,
What a
she
game.
resigns. Oh my goodness. She's gonna
I
go
mean, she
back and
did
see.
exactly what she needed to do there.
That's incredible. Well, major props to Anna on a fantastic season. She definitely did win some prize money, so
Hmm.
um, she's not leaving with nothing. I'll say. In fact, let me check on yeah. So she ends the season in fourth place. That's $850 for her.
It's a nice payday.
Yeah. So Antipov gets both wins. Maybe a little shaky on that second game, but got the job done in the end. And he moves on to play against Ruifeng Li. He also guarantees himself third place in the season, which is $1,000. So congrats to him.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, what a match.
Yeah,
Um,
what a final game too. I don't think I've ever seen such a crazy mating pattern actually almost play out in a game with like the two bishops on the back rank. The king on f6, like you don't imagine the king on f6 to get mated like that. Uh like deep into the end game.
yeah, that would have been crazy. And we'd see a tiebreak match after that, but it was not to be. But we do have some of the lower divisions still playing out right now. Do you want to check back in with Titus and Subham?
Let's do it.
Oh, it looks like they actually tied, and we're in a tiebreaker game here.
Oh yeah, I see they're playing what their first 5+2 game.
Yes. And Titus has the white pieces. He's got two pieces versus a rook and a
Rook and two
pawn.
pawns. Yeah, this is hard to judge. Generally, I prefer the two pieces, assuming the opponent doesn't have any dangerous pass pawns. It looks like white can perhaps put the bishop on b6 and then go after the a pawn. Like some idea bishop b6 and knight c5.
Yeah, typically two pieces are better than a rook, but the difference here is that Subham also has two pawns, so it's not easy to say. But I'm wondering if white can go like knight c5 and go after the a pawn.
Exactly. Yeah, I think the a pawn is going to be a major liability for black, and a move like rook d6 to try and just defend would maybe first be met with bishop b6 and then knight c5. So I like this move king f7 because, okay, endgame principles, you want to get your king as an active player. Eventually, black wants to create counterplay on the king side, like especially with a 3-on-2 majority.
Okay, so the bishop moves, and that actually opens the d file for the rook. There was rook d1 as a possibility. Instead, giving a check here. Now king d3 and the simple pawn push. Maybe that keeps the g pawn backwards.
Yeah, the problem for black, it doesn't look like black's like, getting quick counterplay, and now this rook is just tied down to the a6 pawn.
Yeah,
As white, I wonder if you can just start marching in with your king.
exactly.
Like, there's a pretty clear path to getting to b7.
Yeah, like king d5, king c6, just go along the
Right. No, the
diagonal.
black king can't actually stop the white king because it's restricted by the minor pieces. Like, this knight and bishop coordinate so well in this position.
Yeah, I would
I
be surprised if
wonder
Titus can convert this.
I wonder if like g5 is a way to go. I mean, there is a possibility of black getting rid of all of white's pawns, and then Titus will have to checkmate with bishop and knight. Um, I would not be surprised if it comes down to the bishop knight mate.
That would be amazing, and I'm fully confident that Titus knows how to do it.
You would imagine, yeah, like almost every player who's above master level can do it, even with low time. It's one of these
Plus increment.
necessary skills
The increment
with
helps.
increment too. But there have been cases where strong players have failed to do it under pressure. I mean, within the last year, like Hikaru had the Bishop Knight mate in a Title Tuesday game and failed to do it
Oh man.
with over a minute on the clock too. So um, it does happen where it can be harder to do when there's more on the line.
Yeah. I mean, have you ever had to do it under pressure?
Not in like a serious tournament game, but I've done it a bunch online. I guess I did do it in this I am not a GM speed chess match against
Mm.
Levy.
Oh wow.
Um, but I did it as a way to like burn the match clock because I was leading in the match, and I willingly like went into Bishop Knight
Ah,
ending
okay.
where it wasn't necessary, but I still managed to do it with maybe like 10 seconds with a 1 second increment. So
Nice. And that there was
it's one of
money on
those
the line
things.
there.
And there was money on the line. That's right. But I've taught like so many students over the years how to do it, so it's like the patterns have kind of been cemented in memory.
Okay, rook check, and the king decides to stay on the king side, not going for the a pawn, but maybe he doesn't need to go for the a
I
pawn if
wonder if
the knight's
b4
there.
is a possibility here.
Let's see,
Like b4, knight
b4,
a6, b3,
b3, and then bishop d4.
rook e2.
Ooh.
Like the counterplay actually
Oh,
seems pretty quick, and white's king is cut off. I'm not sure if king f4 was the right approach there.
and looks like Asish is under a minute, and Titus has over 3 minutes. So, um, yeah, really interesting position, right? We have a runner b pawn, we have a king that's cut off, we have an a pawn that's hanging.
And this is where the minor pieces can get a little bit clumsy in trying to stop the passed pawn from advancing.
Yeah, so he doesn't take on
g3.
a6. And just to give you guys some context for Division 2 here, both of these players are guaranteed at least fourth place, which is $500. And if they win, they get $600.
Not bad. I like king f3, preventing rook e2.
At
Or
30
maybe rook
seconds,
e1.
just continuing with the
Okay,
G pawn.
g5.
Yeah, that's the thing with the extra pawns is black is able to create multiple passed pawns. White maybe is able to get one passed pawn. But another important thing to note is that this A pawn promotes on a light square, which is not supported by the dark square bishop.
Yeah, there's other universes where black like sacks a rook for the knight and then draws the ending by putting the king on 8, but I think we're still far away from that.
Yeah, and a draw here would bring the match to a 1+2 tiebreak, and Asish would get the white pieces in that first game.
Hmm. I like king f2 because now white's covering all of the infiltration squares for the rook on the e file.
But the rook,
Although, okay, rook
yeah,
e5
rook e5 is one way through.
still looks scary. Despite the time situation, I still like black. It seems like white doesn't have a clear plan. Especially we see these last moves, like the king just walking back. But it seems like white's pieces are a little bit frozen now. Like the bishop is tied down to the knight, and the knight is tied down to covering b3.
Yeah, king f4, just putting the king on the wrong side of the board, it seems. Probably should have stayed on the queen side.
Right? It's one of these like intuitive decisions in the endgame that just I think Titus will end up regretting.
Oh, they trade
And there
a
goes the A
pawns.
pawn, and black has this pass B pawn.
Oh my goodness.
And where does the knight move?
If you go knight c5, there's rook takes c5.
Right, even B2, knight C7. Yeah, the B2 is coming.
Yeah, you can't stop e2, so you're gonna have to give up the bishop for the pawn, and it's gonna be rook versus knight, but you're also up a pawn in that position.
Hmm. And if Subham wins this game, then he moves on.
Exactly.
So it's basically sudden death at this point.
Season on the line for both of these players, both under a minute now.
Yeah, we're probably going to see bishop b2, maybe knight. The knight c3. There's rook a3. As white, I would not resign. I'd take on b2, take on g5, and then try and keep fighting and praying.
Well,
Knight
check
f7 first.
first, then take.
Black has the option which piece to take.
Probably.
I like that decision to give black the option. Try and drain the time.
Hmm.
Although this is probably going to be pretty trivial. Up a pawn and the exchange.
G4 check. Smart. Just put the pawns on light squares. Yeah, king up.
Yeah, at the right moment, black can probably just sack the rook for the bishop.
When
But
is
the
the
king
right
can make
moment?
its way to... Actually, black can win this probably without sacking. But as black, you want to get your king to e4 and then eventually f3.
How do you stop?
And as
Oh,
white, you can't really stop that,
oh, that's a fork.
especially now.
Wow. So Titus goes down to your
Game.
former student in St. Louis.
Yeah, good job to Subham. I mean, fighting very well, and it looked like black was in some trouble, especially after this rook a8 move. But yeah, black was able to activate with rook e8, and I think the turning point was move 33 when white played king f4, rather than keeping the king in the center. Like king d3 or king d4 probably should have been played.
Well, that's the end of the season for Titus, and like I said, he walks away with $500, so he doesn't go with nothing. And I'm seeing people in the chat are saying it's pronounced Shubam or Shubam. I don't know.
Oh,
But I don't know. His name's a
I've
Siege
always said
Panda.
Subham.
But he earns himself an additional $100 guaranteed for third place.
Uh-huh.
And he will move on to the losers finals, where the winner of that, which will play against Lyndon Lee from Yale, for a $1,000 grand prize in the Division 2.
Nice.
All right. So I see there's one last match here in Division 3 going on. And this is also a tiebreak game. You see,
Trying to find that game.
we have one of the players from Cornell, a woman FIDE master. I want to say that's Sanjana Vital playing against Strawberry X Boba.
Mm,
But
sounds delicious.
yeah, I believe that is Kevin Liu from, I want to say, UT Austin. But that looks this is interesting. In Rapid they split, and now in Blitz there's a huge rating in this match.
I can see, yeah, 22.99 and 16.95. And I really like this position for white. This just thorn on f6. Queen h6 is maybe coming at some point.
Yeah, maybe still.
Fox king trying to run to the queen side.
I see Titus in the chat. Congrats on a great season. Maybe ended a little early for you, but you still played well, and you're still taking home some cash. So
Yeah, it was a very fun games to watch too. I know we didn't catch the end of the first game that they played, but definitely some exciting chess to commentate. Yeah, imagine white's gonna start piling up, like bring the a rook to e1, and this e5 pawn. It's not technically isolated, because there is a pawn on f file, but we can call the pawn on e5 artificially isolated because no time soon will black ever be able to play f6, which
Yeah.
means white can put a lot of pressure on e5, like double up the rooks,
Mm-hmm. That's
probably
what
at
we're
some point
seeing.
bring the knight to f3. And if white can win the pawn on e5, then that's pretty much the gateway through attacking the black king.
I'm wondering if we can like even sacrifice on f7, like knight takes f7. If king takes, queen h6 looks devastating. If queen
That looks
takes, there's
fun,
rook
yeah.
takes e5.
From a practical standpoint, I think as white, you just want to keep the pressure on black. You don't want to give black any easy decisions.
Yeah.
So when you play sacrificial moves like that, black's just going to take, and then the ball's in your court.
Yeah, so
Um,
you can't sacrifice unless there's something concrete, right?
exactly.
And yeah, if the king stayed on the e file, there might have even been like rook takes e5, rook e1. But again, two rooks for a queen is kind of unnecessary when your position's this good, especially when
Now
you
as
have so
white,
much time.
you just want to teleport your queen to h8. To do that, realistically, maybe queen f2, queen h4 is one plan to go for.
Or
But
you could
yeah,
move the knight back. Oh, knight check.
ooh,
So now probably king e8, yeah.
king e8.
Because if you go to g8, then there's queen h6. So
I
here,
wonder if white played that move, spotting this idea rook takes e5 and rook e1. But it's probably not what white wants to go for. You'd rather,
oh,
ooh, okay.
we do see it.
I stand corrected. Ah, because white's gonna have queen e7. Although knight e6, okay.
Knight
And rook
g5.
d6.
There's rook d6. Yeah, I missed. So now just
Although
wait.
now,
Knight e6, there's rook e8. But then, no, that comes with
oh,
check.
this
Never
gets
mind.
messy. There's a funny line: knight takes e6, pawn takes e6, queen e6, and then rook e8, skewering the queen to the back rank.
Oh my goodness.
Queen h4 is a good move.
Yeah, just threatening mate on this square that you wanted to teleport to.
The king has moved back and forth between e8 and f8 so
Knight
many times.
takes.
Now queen h7 is
Rook
mate next
d7.
move. Queen g8 mate.
Oh, nice. Nice find. Yeah. Queen g8. There it is.
A very well played game from white, keeping the pressure.
And I like that she got one rating
One rating
point.
point, right? Reaching 2300 on the dot.
Yeah, so that's Sanjana Vital. She wins on tie breaks, and she will move on to play against Naveen Prabhu from University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill.
Okay.
And I believe that is good enough to win her $300 for third place in Division 3. Kevin Liu from UT Austin, he wins $250 for fourth place, so not bad. Let's see, do we have any other games going on?
I think we're all done from the first round. We saw the conclusion to every match in all three divisions.
Yeah. So that's probably a good time for us to take I was just gonna say we have a game now against Antipov and Rui Feng. This is a big one. This is our Division
Oh, so
One
this is the
matchup.
next round.
Yes. So this is the losers finals for Division 1. They have $1,300 on the line here. Both players are guaranteed at least 1,000 for third place, but the winner moves on to the grand finals against Grandmaster Grigory Oparin from Mizzou. So Rui Feng last week, he lost to Oparin in the winners finals. It was actually a really close match. Rui Feng was actually winning. He won the first round, but lost the next two to a really strong Oparin. Rui Feng's actually the #1 seed in this tournament after the regular season. But yeah, now he
By
has
the
to.
way, do you see this like crazy opening? B3, D3 in the first two moves from white. And then on move move 3, black just sacks the e5 pawn. Like pawn e5, bishop e5, and then d4. What a crazy opening.
Yeah, I'm expecting bishop f4. I feel like that makes sense. But no, Rui Feng has been known to play some crazy openings. We've definitely watched some very exciting chess games from Rui Feng. Um, so yeah, no, he's obviously a really super strong player. He beat Oparn in the first game, and then unfortunately for him, lost the next two. So now he has to fight his way back to face off against Oparn for the rematch. And in order to do it, he has to get through Antipov, who definitely wants to make it to the finals to face off against his teammate. Oh, we have E4 now.
On e4. So I'm curious where black's compensation will be for having sacked the center pawn. Now white has 2 center pawns against 0 center pawns. I assume like black will get some quick development and initiative against the bishop on e5, which is currently just kind of a sitting duck, undefended. Knight c6 comes with tempo.
But now bishop tucks back on B2.
Bishop b2, yep. And is there something like queen h4? Maybe bishop d6 first, preparing queen h4. It was a fascinating position, actually.
Just another knight out.
This reminds me of a very rare gambit that I'll play sometimes called the Nazawas gambit, which this is basically a reverse version of. But Nazawas is e4, b6, d4, bishop e7, and then bishop g5, where white ends up sacking the e4 pawn. But yeah, there's some. I'd imagine there's some like temporary compensation. But if white can just complete development and not plunder anything, it seems like white's going to be for choice.
Well, Rui Feng's using some time here. He's under 2 minutes now against Antipov's time. Antipov, maybe a
I wonder
shaky
if he's like
gambit
studied this specifically. Like, is this something you could even prepare deeply? Because
against
white
Rui
playing d3 on move
B3
3 is,
D3.
I think, already pretty rare.
Yeah. Bishop
Bishop
C5
c5.
with tempo.
I like the fact that black just has this like very normal development, like knights on c6 and f6, bishops on c5 and f5, but there's no center pawns for black, so it's so unusual.
It's super symmetrical. It's like textbook behavior here for your piece development.
And white basically has a choice whether to play e4 or d4. But each move comes with a drawback. Like each move does attack a bishop, but then makes the other bishop a bit more powerful. Like if white plays e4, then the dark squares become very weak, especially on the king side for white.
Yeah, E4, and you probably have to try to castle queenside.
Yeah, I imagine white's king will be the safest on the queen side. White is it's also like very rare for white to play an opening where you develop the whole queen side before the king side. But that's essentially what's happening here. Like white's pieces on the king side are all on their starting squares.
So D4 has been played. The bishop's going to have to move, but this does weaken the light squares, right?
Right, it kind of ties down the queen to the c2 pawn temporarily. It might allow for knight b4 at some point. But it also allows for bishop d3. Like white very soon does want to develop a light square bishop, probably neutralize black's light square bishop.
Does this also potentially make the e pawn backwards?
Yep, yeah, we can call the e pawn backwards because black has very good control over the e4 square, at least for now. White's trying to a fight for control of the e4 square.
And now, is there like knight e4?
And knight e4 looks like a serious
Or we
possibility.
just take with the bishop and then play knight f3?
Yeah, that's one reasonable looking line. I think after knight e4, white would have to take with the bishop because knight e4 has a double threat of taking on c3, but also threatening queen h4. So I guess if black wants to win the bishop pair, knight e4 would be the move to play. Now there's also bishop e4, which looks interesting.
Hmm.
To then try and eventually get the knight to e4.
And then maybe
Another
white
idea is
has
just
like...
queen d7 as well. Just reinforce the bishop with the queen.
Hmm.
But I
There's
think as
also...
black, you want to like get the king castled and get a rook to the e file and really try and start pressuring the e pawn.
Okay, knight e4. There's also knight e2.
Oh, knight e2 dealing with both threats and preparing kingside castling. Actually, I like that idea. And then white keeps the f file open. Kingside casting would eventually attack the rook.
Oh.
There's a line knight e2, queen h4 check. And then g3.
G3.
I'd be
Would
so
just...
inclined to look for tactics like
I
g3, maybe
know.
queen g5. And e3 could be weak in that line.
G5. Mm. Tactics. Yeah, Ray Fang, he's down to 5 minutes now. He's used half his clock. Neither side is castled.
I mean, there's really not too many options for white here. I think it's a matter of deciding between knight e2 and bishop takes e4. I think bishop takes e4 would be my choice. It just seems a bit simpler to handle. There's actually a line, bishop takes e4, and then queen g4. Hitting the bishop, hitting the g pawn, and defending white's g pawn.
Oh, yeah. Maybe something that's also being considered is after bishop takes e4, black has bishop takes c3 check. And then take back on e4.
Oh, the in-between move. But knight e2 played?
Yeah, knight e2 is super solid.
Yeah, I was
Right.
curious about this line, because, I mean, imagine queen g5. How does white actually defend the e3 pawn?
Do you just castle?
Oh,
You don't.
but castling queen takes e3
Queen
with
takes
check,
with check, king in the corner.
and then you just want to get smother
Oh, and
mated.
then knight f2, rook takes. I forgot after queen takes f2, it defends the bishop on f5. I was trying to see if we get 2 pieces for the rook.
Try and sack the pawn somehow.
So, okay. Yeah, queen g5 like right now is what you're saying. Do we just
Yes.
go queen c1?
Queen c1.
And then queen takes
It seems
g2?
like some achievement for black. Because, yeah, g2 is also under attack.
That's gross.
I mean, we might see white give back the pawn somehow, like queen g5. There is bishop takes e4. Maybe queen g5, bishop takes e4. Bishop takes e4, and then knight f4. Covering e3 and trying to cover g2. It could get really messy, though.
Sorry. You're looking at queen g5, bishop takes e4, bishop takes e4.
And then knight f4.
Knight f4. Oh, and then you're saying bishop takes g2.
And bishop
No, but
takes
then rook
g2 is one
g1.
way to, yeah, add to the messiness. I'm not sure what's going on there because rook g1, queen h4. It's probably one of the reasons why Black was spending a lot of time there, but does
Oh,
decide. Wow, so castling Rufang Li goes for your move.
oh no, that's not good for him.
That's it looks terrible at first, but there's some
Knight
hidden genius
f2,
behind
rook
it.
takes, queen takes. I mean, you're giving up the pawn plus the exchange here. This is an exchange sacrifice from Rui Feng.
I mean, he castled so quickly too. Trying to figure out the idea. Some knight d5 in the end of things. You gotta
Wow.
take on f2.
And now? What's the plan?
I don't see the
Knight
follow-up.
knight d5?
Because like knight d5, there's bishop d6. d5.
So
Okay,
curious.
that's a move.
Man, these players giving up the pawn on e5, giving up the exchange. I mean, technically, like White's king is castled and Antipov's king's still in the open e file now, by the way. But how how easy is it really for Ruifeng to get a rook on e1 with check? It's a lot harder than it seems.
Yeah, at first glance, it seems like White's counterplay should fizzle at some point. But I remember, like, I haven't seen Rufang Li play in a while, but I remember this is a big part of his style of playing like very enterprising, creative chess, like going for positions with like massive imbalances and going for these like very creative sacrifices. Um, One game sticks in mind where he played the Evans Gambit against Fabiano Caruana in the Millionaire chess tournament in Vegas, and was just like crushing him with it too. So he's the type of player who's probably used to being down material but getting some cool attacks for it. But it is a question here, like where is White's compensation? You got all the minor pieces developed. The king is safe on h1 for the time being, but as White, you really have to stir something up quickly. Maybe knight b5, go after c7. Knight b5 would attack c7 and g7, and have ideas of bishop d4.
Yeah, knight b5, but now maybe just castle.
Castling and then maybe bishop d4. Oh, castling kingside. Ah, I was thinking castling queenside. Castling
Trying
kingside makes sense, though. Essentially gifting back the c7 pawn, but then White has to spend time moving the knight.
is bishop d4 a move here?
Yeah, I was looking at bishop d4 because White would really like to exploit the fact the queen is so deep into White's territory, but bishop d4 doesn't quite trap the queen because there's queen h4, and it's nice for Black that the bishop is also defended by the knight from e7. And the one issue with bishop d4 is after queen h4, if then you take on c7, it'd be bishop d6 hitting the knight and h2.
Okay, knight g3 instead. This is just hitting the bishop, but mm, maybe we don't want to trade on d3 because that just helps White develop their queen.
Yeah, I was imagining bishop d3, queen d3, and then the rook f1 can come in very quickly. It seems
Yeah.
like there's some compensation here for White. I really like this bishop on b2 combined with a knight on g3. And especially if Black is going to have to somehow trade off light squared bishop, White will have some attacking potential on the king side. The question is it enough? I was thinking a move like bishop g6 here. Just maintain the tension. And then also restrict the knight from g3.
Ooh, we do see
Bishop
bishop takes
d3 played.
c3. So now black is just inviting white to play rook f1.
Yeah, rook f1, knight c7, even ideas like knight h5. It seems like there's a lot for black to worry about here.
Okay, c6.
Nice counterattack. Usually, a general idea, especially when you're up the exchange, you want to open vials. And c6 is one way to do that. If black can trade pawns, open the d file, then rook d8 can come very quickly, and okay, black should have good chances.
What if just knight c7 anyways?
Knight c7 right away, like this position.
Right now, yeah. Knight c7,
Wow.
hit the
Rook
rook.
a d8.
Yeah, and then I don't know.
And it seems like the knight is a little bit
And
stuck.
we
Although then
attack the bishop.
rook f1.
Oh, rook f1, yeah. I don't know.
Not sure if there's a way to justify the knight going to c7. It looks so interesting though. Maybe combine it. Or maybe like start with d6.
Start with d6.
Just to
I
try
feel
and
like
keep the
I feel
file
like they just
closed.
take on b5 there though.
Ah, that's a good point. And yeah, the bishop defends through X-ray vision.
The pawn takes, yeah, bishop takes. We do get queen takes b5 at the end of that.
Right. Probably not enough though. Roofing very close to falling below a minute.
Okay, knight to d4. But now
Knight d4 a more centralizing move. And this has the idea of knight f5. Really try and pressure g7.
Mm. And then sometimes you get ideas of like knight h6 check. Just I'm like imagining like a bug house position, you know, where
Yeah, I mean, these ideas can happen in just normal chess too. When you combine the bishop on b2, knight on f5, there can be some really cool mating ideas.
okay, and
Queen
yeah,
d2 is a nice resource, going for the queen trade.
and so I was just trying to, you know, simplify everything. So he didn't take on d5 right away.
Yeah, the tension remains between these pawns. As white, I don't think you can afford to trade queens. Queen f3
Yeah, queen
played.
f3 makes sense. And
Yeah, the queen
threatens
wants
rook
to come
d1.
to g4. Like black has time to take on d5, but there might be
Oh,
bigger
here's
things to address
this
here.
queen g4 idea threatens queen takes g7, no? Or does it
Does it?
not? I don't know. There's like
It's
these
so close to
puzzles, you know, where
working.
you see like, okay, like knight f5, discover double check. If king goes back to g8, knight
Knight
h6 is
h6
mate.
mate.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah. The
But
problem is in some of these lines there's king g6,
yeah, the
and
king
then
just
you sack the queen for maybe a spike check.
for pawn.
But it's fun to fantasize about.
Ugh. Well, okay, maybe not sack the queen, but maybe you're still threatening like knight e6 or knight f5 or Lord knows what.
Yeah, there maybe are some situations where knights can coordinate. We see knight f5 first. Yeah, generally, like a defensive resource for black is pawn f6.
Yeah, f6, you just block the bishop.
Block the bishop. I mean, here there's also bishop c3 to consider.
Hmm.
I'm not sure what's happening after like bishop c3 and rook d1. Okay, queen g4
Okay,
played.
threatening mate.
Rook f7. Also queen g5. And black is up the exchange, so any move that offers a trade can be annoying for white to deal with.
There's no knight
g6 was
h6.
not expected, but it's one way to defend.
Okay, rook d1, but isn't there queen c2? Whoa,
Oh
dude,
no, my queen!
we've seen this like in 3 different games so far today.
3 different games, that's true. It's like, What's happening?
Classic. I mean, it's such a good resource, right? Like you get that rook in the corner to an open file. Oh,
Oh no!
queen
Oh
takes,
yes, Rookie
rook
one. What
takes.
a way to simplify.
No, but there goes the G knight.
Yeah, that escalated quickly. That also ended very abruptly.
So Rui Feng's
We need
problem,
a
I
slow
think,
motion replay.
his castle was under my recommendation was a bad recommendation. He should not have castle.
Right, yeah, it was a very tricky game. Very enterprising opening from Antipov. I guess it paid off. Like he was the first to sacrifice. Roofing sacked back, but it didn't quite find enough attack in the time trouble.
So game two now, and Antipov, he wins with the black pieces. So now he only needs a draw with the white pieces. This could be a problem for Rui Feng. He needs like at least a win
Must-win
here.
situation
Yeah.
with the black pieces. He's playing an opening, which you do see like a decent amount when black has to try and win. It started as a Pierce defense, and now it's going into one of these, what do we call, old Indian type games. Um, that does lead to more kind of, especially when the center closes like this, d597. It's going to be more of a closed maneuvering game. Um, Objectively, white is usually for choice, but there are chances for black to make things messy. I'm actually surprised about this d5 move.
Keeping things
'Cause normally,
close.
yeah, normally white can leave the tension on d4 for a bit longer.
So
But it is
C6.
it's a nice space advantage for white. And okay, roofing trying to poke and prod at white's nice center.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, lots of pressure on D5. Bishop G5.
Bishop g5. Yeah, bishop g5, it's a nice idea using the dark square bishop to basically help strengthen control over a light square. You're not actually supporting light square directly, but white is pinning now the knight on f6. The very typical idea here, especially with the knight on g6, is to play h4, h5 for white. Although h4 might be met with h6.
Yeah, I think H6 looks good for black. What would you do there? Would you take on F6 or do you bring the bishop back?
Yeah, I'm realizing I probably wouldn't play h4 in the first place, just because I wouldn't want to be met with h6. But h6 is probably coming regardless.
Exactly.
And then white will have a decision to make, like what to do with the bishop. Although there is an interesting option here to play knight h5, exploiting the
Oh.
fact that bishop e7 runs into knight g7.
Hmm.
I'm trying to figure out, like, what does black actually do in response to knight h5? Okay, we don't see it.
Knight H5? Is there just like bishop E7?
And knight g7. Ah,
Oh,
king
knight G.
f8. Oh, but then knight f5.
Okay, okay.
Both making
We don't
realizations.
we don't see this. We do see H6 though. This is no surprise. And now Antipov has to come up with the decision and like look at the time disparity so early on in this game.
Yeah, that is surprising. I mean, we saw this in his previous game against Anna too, when he only needed a draw. He was very low on time from early on in the game.
I feel like you probably have to take on F6, even though you might not normally want to, but with the knight on
He does.
G6, right?
Yeah, I
It's
mean, white now conceded the bishop pair, but has some small lead in development.
yeah. White can castle here if they want. Ooh, and if
Yeah,
Ruifeng ever
castling kingside looks risky though, like walking into knight f4 and g5 and some kingside attack.
um if Ruifeng ever decides to develop the bishop, like bishop e7, very natural looking move. Knight to
Knight
h5.
h5 is still a resource.
It's
g7.
yeah, you get g7 with check, and it's kind of annoying.
Yeah, but knight h5 right away does not strike the same punch because, okay, just queen g5, and knight would be misplaced. So
Yeah.
this is a question like how to continue here as white. I mean, I'd be most inclined to stay flexible, like move maybe like queen d2, keep the options open which way to castle.
This is kind of a crazy time odds here. Antipov's giving him half the
Yeah,
time.
Roofing is playing so quickly. Wow, he's like barely lost any time on this clock from the starting position. I think it's an easier position to play from for black. I was about to
B4.
say white doesn't have a clear plan, but okay, now we're seeing white's true intentions. The b4 actually is really interesting. So it's a hard move to even consider, but the idea is to play b5, remove the pawn from c6, and then just dominate
Oh
the d5
man.
square.
D5 looks really crazy strong because you're threatening bishop takes b4.
Mm. Yeah, imagine as white, you have to be aware that d5 is a possibility when you play b4. I'm wondering, after d5, can white get away with knight takes d5? The idea being pawn takes d5, bishop b5 check.
Oh man.
And some like crazy piece stack line where white's trying to hunt black's king in the center. It looks fun. Might be reminiscent of the previous game with all these sacrifices.
Season on the line. This could be well, this is a $300 difference game, but could be up
Hmm.
to $600 more. Ruifeng in a must-win position. This is his longest think of the game. I
I
mean,
mean, it's a critical moment. Like as black, do you play d5? Do you address white's idea of b5? And there are options here. I wouldn't be surprised if he thinks for at least another minute. Like this d5 line seems very critical.
and neither player has castled yet.
Right. Yeah, black can also choose a move like knight f4. Just go for counterplay on the king side.
Yeah, b4, what a move. Like, that was not on my radar at all.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but like right before white played b4, I was realizing like white didn't really have an obvious plan. Like, okay, we were thinking queen d2 or castling, but I like b4 in the sense that there's now a very clear plan of positional domination in the center. If white can remove this pawn on c6. And this can lead to just really, really sharp play, especially given that both kings are in the center.
There's a saying that a bad plan is better than no plan at all. Do you think there's some truth to that?
Yeah, I think that's one of these sayings that there's so many exceptions to.
Of
Bad
course.
plans,
I mean, every saying
under
in
certain
chess.
circumstances, can be punished.
Exactly. So the question though is b4 a bad plan?
It might come down to like these tactical lines.
Look at how
Like
much
I'm,
time is being spent here.
I'm so tempted to check the engine right now, but I'll be accepting the unknown. D5
D5 on
played.
the board. Oh, he didn't take with the knight.
White was prepared for this.
I love
There's
how.
a move knight ge4 here.
Oh yeah, the pawn takes clears the e4 square for
White
our
would
knight.
defend the knight and hit the queen.
Yes. But there's bishop takes c3 with check, so then we could. I mean, I'd assume we take the bishop back with the knight.
Right. And what has just happened? Material would still be equal. Seems like white would be doing okay there. I wonder if white's considering, it's a crazy idea, but just castling. Imagine white castles. Then you say, oh no, my knight. And then knight e4. Maybe
Yeah,
this could transpose into other line where you play knight e4 immediately.
exactly.
Okay. This probably doesn't work because there's queen h4. And then the bishop is hanging on c4.
Ah, yes. So okay,
Queen
queen
d2.
d2.
Wow. So willingly getting pinned even more along the diagonal, but this does defend the knight. This looks really risky.
I wonder if h5 is an idea to play. Well, I want the knight somehow to be distracted. I want to play e4 without allowing knight takes e4.
Mm. I think if you play h5 as black, you're just inducing knight e4.
Yeah, that's the problem.
So that would kind of backfire.
Maybe bishop f5.
Yeah, I was thinking bishop f5 because you probably don't mind the trade of knight for bishop, and then also like longer term as black, you really want to get the rook to the c file. As you get in a few moves to like play rook c8 and trade on d5, then white could have some issues along the c file,
Okay. Here's a
given that the
crazy
knight is still pinned.
here's a crazy line. Bishop f5. Knight takes f5. e4. Knight d4
Ooh,
and then c5. No, but then
wow.
there's
And
like
then knight
knight
e2
e2.
or
Never
knight
mind.
b5.
Never mind. Darn.
We see something completely different. Queen f4, offering a queen trade. But if white takes the queen, there's an in-between move. Bishop
Yes.
c3 with check.
But then there's
Or
queen
even,
d2 back.
yeah. I don't think white's going to take the queen.
Me
Because there's
neither.
also pawn takes f4. Although maybe white can get away with it.
Well, pawn takes f4, then either
Knight
probably
e2
knight
or knight
e2. Yeah.
e4 is very, very tactical.
So Rui Fang in a must-win, offering a queen trade here.
Also threatening the bishop on c4. So white
True.
really doesn't have too many options.
And if like queen d3, there's queen d4.
Wow. And then knight ge2.
Good move.
Yeah, there's a lot of lines where white is barely holding on.
Queen d3 played.
But it seems so fragile. Like white's whole position, like the knight's pinned, the queen is tied down to the knight and to the bishop. Like as black, all you need is like a single straw, you would think, to break the camel's back. But it's not so simple.
See, we have a Wonder Liang in the chat.
Ooh, is
Who's
that the real wonder or imposter
we
wonder?
can only wonder. Is there an imposter
H5 duck
wonder?
e4 being suggested. That sounds like something a wonder would say.
Oh man, yeah. Imagine Collegiate Chess League brings duck chess on
Yeah,
the
you got
scene.
to start like a whole new collegiate duck chess league.
Well, over the summer we did our first ever Bug House Championship. It was the first variant event that we've
Oh
done.
wow. Oh, that's awesome. I
Yeah.
love Bughouse.
Um,
Who won that? As I know, a Wonder is pretty good, and he probably played in it, right?
I don't think he did play,
Oh,
unfortunately.
okay,
We had, I believe, a team from University of Virginia won, or yeah,
gotcha.
I think it was Jason Moorfield and Owen McCoy.
Oh, I know Owen.
Yeah, we have this line that
Wow,
you brought up, knight
what's
g to
happening?
e2, and now knight f4, the follow up. Okay,
Both queens are hanging.
so wow. Actually,
I'm
I
so
like this a
confused
lot
just
for
looking at this
Ruifeng.
position.
Just instinctually, I think this is good for black.
Yeah, because at the end of so many lines, like assuming there's lines where queens get traded, black ends up with a pawn on d4 attacking the pinned knight.
So, okay, let's see. Okay, queen takes, but now, okay, you have to take the queen back, right?
Pawn
Yeah,
takes.
pawn takes.
Yeah, it looks like black is winning at least exchange. Because there's a line knight takes f4, bishop takes c3.
Exactly.
Unless, is there queenside castling? Does that
Whoa.
save everything? Look at this move, queenside castling, unpinning the
Queenside.
knight. Although then there's bishop a3, rook b8.
Oh, that looks
Maybe
rough.
it's still playable though.
That looks so bad though. Oh, but then you have like bishop
Bishop
e3
e3.
block. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay,
Queenside
wow.
castling, what a move.
We see it from Antipov. He's also down to a minute.
And white's not losing a piece, even though the pawn's attacking the knight on f4 is hanging. So is white actually escaping here?
Yeah, and you can take on e2 a check, but the knight takes. So, yeah,
That's
beautiful.
such a crazy idea, just to castle out of danger.
But
I'm not
to be fair,
seeing.
I still kind of like black's position because the king on c1, I mean,
Yeah,
open
you
d
would imagine
file,
black is
right?
still for choice.
But what a
And
nice
pawn
resource
count
from
is
Antipov.
equal. It's just so confusing with a white pawn on d5 and black pawn on d4, and they both can take things. The king looks so unsafe on c1, especially black has the only dark square bishop on the board.
Okay, so let's look at pawn takes c3. Knight
Knight
takes
takes
on
f4,
f4, and now bishop a3 check,
king b1,
king b1, rook b8 check, and
bishop
we
b3.
block with the bishop. Okay, and then okay, we see the check
Yeah, we're
first.
seeing something similar play out. I wonder if like rook b8 and then eventually c5. Because bishop b3 has to be played, so takes c5. And
Ah,
this is what's unfolding. With a threat of c4.
still c4,
Uh,
no? Oh no,
but
bishop takes.
can black actually get anything? Like if you play c4, you get one check on b2, but there's no great discovery. The bishop can always return to b3.
I was wondering if just like a5, a4, but it's the same idea really. Well, no, a5, a4, bishop takes a4. Well, that comes with check, but I want to play like c4 after that. Like we essentially we want to take away the b3 square from the bishop.
It seems like black has still some attacking potential. Maybe even you can start with bishop a6, attacking the knight and preparing pawn c4.
Whoa, c4, and if en
Okay,
passant,
en
knight takes.
passant.
Knight takes.
Knight
Or
takes.
maybe contemplating bishop check first. No, knight takes,
And
now
visually, this still
castle.
looks really good for black because the king is just so stuck on a1,
Yeah, and bishop pair.
and the c pawn at some point will move to c4, and then the rook will be cutting off the king. So very simple move, castling,
Yeah, getting out of bishop a4 check, and now threatening c4.
and c4 would be winning a piece. Bishop moves, and then bishop b2 wins at least a knight. Knight
Whoa.
b1, wow.
Attacking the bishop on a3.
Holding on for dear life.
That makes sense. Bishop back. I was
Rook
thinking maybe,
c1, it's actually not so simple.
yeah, both players low on time. Antipov under a
Because white's
minute.
now blockading the c pawn basically. Like white has
Yeah.
enough control over c4, and the h rook is ready to come to d1. Maybe it's black who's a little bit awkward on the queen side. I like this move, bishop d3.
Is this threatening to take the knight?
Yeah, I was trying to calculate. It doesn't look like taking the knight actually leads to much after king takes b1.
It does clear the way for the a pawn though, which could be another key factor.
Yeah, a5, a4 is definitely a resource for black.
Oh my god, 11 seconds. Under 10 seconds now.
a3,
A3, but now
okay.
take on b1?
Well, now the bishop on b3 is undefended, so black exploits that.
Whoa.
That's
Bishop
essentially winning a
takes
pawn.
rook
But rook
to
c3,
c3.
both
What is
bishops
going
hanging.
on? But
When there's
take
bishop
on
takes
b1.
b1 here.
Yeah, just take on b1.
And then c4.
Oh my goodness. No,
Oh,
rook
there's rook
takes, rook
b1
takes.
now.
Yeah.
But black just won a pawn.
Yeah, things up.
But black also gave away the bishop pair, so it's opposite color bishops
But look at the time.
in a position. Yeah, white's below 10 seconds. But this is not easy for black to win.
Wait, is c4 an idea? No.
Bishop takes c4?
I want to play like...
I always want to consider moves like this, so.
Yeah, rook lifts. You want to give a check on the a file, I think. Is Antipov
This could be a very long game. We're on move 31. I wouldn't be surprised if this goes like 80 plus moves. It'll be a long endgame grind. And we're going to see just a time scramble too.
1 second.
Oh no. Gotta move quicker.
3 seconds.
Rook e3 is a nice move. Neutralize the e file. Try and get a pawn connected with the d pawn. Yeah, given the must-win situation for black, I don't think you want to trade rooks here. I think rook b8 looks like a nice choice.
Whoa, he trades.
I stand corrected.
2 seconds. G4.
Nice move, just trading. Yeah, you just want to, as white, you just want to get rid of as many pawns as possible.
Yeah, and opposite color bishops definitely favors Antipov.
Yep. Rook f1, nice move, and bishop d3. And if king f6, there's e4 looming.
A5, 2 seconds again for Antipov. Check. Oh, is the h pawn gonna fall?
Roofing going all in here.
Oh, he's going for the f pawn. He's going for both pawns.
Can you take on d5?
D5 down. Rook takes with check.
But white is winning. King c6 hits the bishop. White's still winning the h pawn though. Man, what defense from Antipov? E4.
The e pawn's hanging.
White should not lose this.
No,
although still anything can happen, because there's counterplay potential. Rook a3 and a4 maybe.
Rook a3 played. Rook back.
Yeah, the a pawn's about to march. Bishop e3, nice move.
Pawn check.
Now it's white
back,
getting counterplay.
King has to
white might win
back.
this.
Check. King hits the rook.
Wait, what?
Oh, there's bishop c2
bishop
check.
C2. That looked like a mouse slip at first.
What a resource. This could be perpetual.
Just perpetual.
The king's running the other way. But
wait, the king has no
escape. Keep checking. Though.
What an idea.
Oh, they got repetition.
Draw by repetition. That's such a funny repetition. The king had no shelter.
What a nice
the rook on
from
b1.
Antipov. Rook to h7 check. And if king takes bishop c2, a simplification leading to a draw. Or if not, better for white. And
what a crazy game.
Rui Feng goes down. He's eliminated. He walks away with $1,000 for third place. And the finals, we have a Mizzou versus Mizzou matchup. So Mizzou's guaranteed to win no matter what happens. We have teammates Antipov and Oparin going head-to-head there. And as a reminder, Antipov needs to win twice. He needs to win both matches in order to take down Oparin because it's double elimination. Now, Oparin just needs to win one match. So
Wow.
That'll be coming up soon. Do you want to look at we have Sanjana versus Naveen? These
Sure. Let me find that game. Still recovering from this absolute like insanity of a game.
Yeah, that was crazy. Rui Feng played some really entertaining chess there, but unfortunately came up short against a very strong Antipov.
Yeah, I mean he did like everything he needed to do, like got a really enterprising position from the opening and seemed like he was on the verge of winning, but Antipov found some like super resourceful ideas in time pressure. I mean, castling queenside was just an exceptional concept, and then this final perpetual is just really really cool to see.
So I see Naveen here. He was the number one seed in Division 3, I believe this is.
Mhm.
Um, he just needs a draw here with the black. He won his first game with the white pieces, and I would say this is looking favorable.
It does look pretty drawish. I mean, white's gonna win the e pawn, but then black can force a trade, get into some king pawn ending. I think white's trying to win the e pawn without allowing the rook trade.
Yeah, that's gonna be hard to do though.
Yeah, because essentially whenever king or rook takes e pawn, there's going to be rook e8 check. Although maybe now there's king f4, but then rook e8.
Yeah.
Or even rook f8.
Okay, just taking
Okay,
in here.
so let's see a king pawn ending. This is one reason why, especially king pawn endings, are so important to like study and know the right strategy. Both players have enough time to calculate if necessary. Now there are cases where, like, if one king gets very active, then the other side could be in trouble. King d4. King d4 is an attempt to make things spicy. And white's trying to create some kind of pawn race situation. I'm very curious about king f4. If this just... Okay, king e6, so black being safe.
A b4. Oh, just c5. Just logging down. Yeah, this is probably just gonna be a draw, but
Yeah, at some point the pawns... like, if white keeps pushing pawns, then at some point they'll get interlocked, and then the kings will shuffle. Not sure if there's any... even any possible tricks here.
yeah. Well, either way, both these players are guaranteed 300 for third. The winner of this will get
That's
350,
nice.
and we'll move on to play against one of our international players. We have National Master Emilio Castellanos from Mexico.
Hmm.
They will be fighting for $500. Emilio is also a streamer, by the way. He followed just earlier. His username is Mr. Chess MX.
Oh, nice. I'll have to give him a follow then.
Yeah, he streams a lot in Spanish, which is cool.
Hmm.
But yeah, he knows English as well. It's a strong player, of course. He won the winners bracket, and yeah, maybe when they're playing, we'll have a chance to look. Um, but I am excited for the Division One matchup between Antipov and Oparin. I think Oparin's the favorite, but these two players, I can only assume, have a lot of history playing and practicing against each other as teammates at Mizzou.
It's always tough to play a teammate because usually you'll train together, you'll know each other very well, and then there can be a lot that goes into just the psychology and the choice of opening prep. Um, Honestly, I've never enjoyed playing teammates or study partners.
Oh, how do you feel
It's a
about
tough
this
situation.
H4 push?
H4, I think it's still a draw. I
Well,
mean, Black can take and not quite seeing the point for white. Because king f4, there's king g6. I guess there's a pawn race to calculate, like king g6, king e5,
What if
king
king
g5.
e6? Is that crazy?
King e. Oh, going after the other pawn. It really comes down to calculation. Um, like okay, you basically have to calculate king e5.
King e5.
Um, one trick is to like just count like king e5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
They're going
Okay,
for
we're
it.
gonna see this play
They're
out.
sprinting.
I think black is like promoting first, though.
King takes
I mean, white
c6.
basically wanted to go all in, but oh, there is b5 here actually.
Oh,
Yeah, it probably is still a draw.
b5. Speedy move. I mean, yeah, I mean the problem with white the match situations that you have to win this game, right? So like
Yeah, I mean, white's
h4
doing what they need to do, though.
just complicate things, right? Give yourself a chance at least, an opportunity at least. Like you might lose, but losing is the same as getting a draw, right? You lose either way.
So white's gonna play b5, and then black actually has an interesting decision to make. Wonder if he might be considering king c6, but then black queens, and yeah, then it's only black who can win. But after b5, black can choose whether to take with either pawn or to push h3.
Yeah, both players at about a minute.
b5 has to be correct. So I was thinking the simplest way to like guarantee a draw is just to play cb5. Oh, but we see this. Okay. Yeah, this is it's still a position where I think black is more likely to win over white.
I mean, black's even queening first.
Black's actually considering b4. Wow. b4 queens with check.
Wow.
Ah, nice calculation because king c6 there's queen e4. And black can probably just force perpetual. Black can
There's
also play
moves.
h3 and maybe have winning chances.
Oh, just here.
Ooh.
But now there's some checks for white.
Yeah, white can start delivering checks, but I don't see how white creates any winning chances here. I do see Grandmaster Christian Kurilla in chat, aka Count Live, who is a
Yes.
coach of Mizzou. So congrats to Christian for yeah, coaching his team to just dominating the finals. Okay, white can sag the h pawn, or at least one of the h pawns, and queen h5.
Yeah, h3. Imagine there's like some self-mate that black can play.
Yeah, I mean, in white's situation, I would not be accepting a quick draw. I was about to suggest queen g3, but that would walk into queen b8.
Nice.
As white, I would want the queen on f2. And then hope for a situation where the king's on h1 and pawn on h2 and have queen f1 mate.
Yeah, but the queen covers f1, unfortunately. I was looking at that too.
Yeah.
Now there's a chance you could flag your opponent, right? Both players low on time. That would be very unfortunate. All right, we've seen this position before, right? So this is like the second.
It just needs to recur once more.
We might see it. No, queen c2 is different.
So queen g5 is a bit off limits. Ooh, queen g4 is black and Zugzwang. Not quite. A nice idea though. To just have the queen on g4. And Naveen getting kind of low on time. I would have played queen or king c7 there instead of queen e1.
Uh-oh.
Oh, king
There it
h1 is
is.
draw. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think we we both spotted that.
Yeah, so there goes the end of the season for Sanjana. She walks away with I want to say $300, and Naveen, he's the number one seed, but he was eliminated or he lost in the winners finals to
Mhm.
Emilio, but we're gonna have a rematch there in Division 3. But yeah, there is, as of right now, I don't think any games going on. Um, unless I'm missing D2. Let's see.
I'm trying to check as well. D2 was Roman Gavrilin.
Yeah, he's not on
Was
right
by
now.
Hummer. No,
Well, I think we're gonna take a quick break before Antipov plays Oparin in D1. So
that was good.
we'll be back when they start. And yeah, this has been exciting. We still have the grand finals left. So one round remaining in the season. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We've got the grand finals underway of the Collegiate Chess League's fall 2022 season. My name is Joe, and I'm joined by International Master Eric Rosen.
Hey Joe, good to be here.
Yep, welcome back. And
Thank you.
I see we've got the match underway. We've got Oparin, who is from the winner's bracket, against Antipov, who just beat Rui Feng to get here and to play against his teammate from Mizzou. And Oparin with the white pieces starts with knight f3, and we see d5, c4, queen to a4, bring the queen out a
Queen
little
A4,
early.
which I think a few years ago this was like really, really rare, but in recent years this has become a bit more of a trend. The idea to pin the c pawn to the king and essentially just prepare to take on d5 and prevent black from taking back with the pawn. So it's an interesting idea. It makes things very imbalanced from an early stage, especially after pawn d4. And it looks like they've got kind of a reverse Benoni position, especially after white goes for the queenside expansion, b4 on move 6.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good insight. I'm not familiar with this line, but it looks like Oparin is. He's also up a bit of time here, and I see Antipov has played a5, trying to combat this b4 pawn push on the queen side from white, and Oparin just he passes it. He plays b5, and we see Antipov does similarly. He pushes with c5, and this keeps things closed. Um, Now, what do you think about this last move, rook to a7?
Yeah, so rook a7, I think, is just an attempt to get the rook off the long diagonal of white's g2 bishop and probably prepared to play pawn b6, which we do see.
Mm-hmm.
And now black has successfully emptied all the squares of the long diagonal. Um, and white's for a bishop, even if the knight moves from f3, white's for a bishop will just be staring into empty space. Now it's still maybe some success for white to like gain space on the queen side, and black is a little bit underdeveloped and a little bit disharmonious, especially with the knights. They are what we call superfluous knights, so they're kind of in the way of each other. And yeah, black has to choose how to develop the light sword bishop. We might see bishop b7 at some point. But yeah, very close position. Not a single trade yet of any piece. So this could signal a pretty long game. Um, I would probably choose black if I had to pick a side, just because black has a bit more space in the center. Like long term, black might be going for e5, f5, some central expansion.
Yeah, it's really interesting. You were mentioning how cramped black's pieces are in the back. I mean, you have two pieces developed, right? The bishop on g7 and the rook on a7, which is kind of funny. Um, but that being said, like the pawn structure, black has the control of the center. Maybe white has some more space on the queen side, but it's very close, and so it's hard to actually do anything with that.
Yeah, it's much more of a maneuvering game, and this is one of the examples of where you can get away with being underdeveloped is when the center is so closed and the opponent can't really exploit um, the underdevelopment. Rook d7, a very peculiar move, which seems to block in the knight and the bishop. But perhaps the idea is to put the rook on d6.
Yeah.
Not
Oh,
sure if we're maybe just go back to c7. Okay.
and you know what's really interesting is, I mean, rook d7 allows bishop h3, but I mean, doesn't that help black in that white has given up a fiend cut of bishop for this bishop that was on c8, and now black maybe is going to play queen h3 next?
Yeah, you would think so that white would have preferred to keep light squared bishop. Although, I mean, going back to what I was saying earlier, like even if the bishop stayed on g2 and could control the long diagonal, black had no targets on the light squares. So I think the bishop wasn't too meaningful of a piece. And especially because of the closed nature of the position, I mean, knights are just better than bishops in this position. So as long as white's holding onto the knights, I think it's okay to trade the bishop.
So now we see.
And
Go
yeah,
ahead.
and with e4 especially, I think white was probably thinking about this move earlier. And now, if we imagine the bishop was still on g2, it would have just been blocked by its own pawn. So it's nice to play e4 when you've already traded off light squared bishop.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I'm wondering now if we want to take en passant.
Definitely an option. I mean, yeah, taking en passant maybe helps white in some way because the d pawn restricts white, especially with this e3 square. And, okay, here we see black choosing to keep the pawn on d4, which I think is the right decision.
Yeah, and we do see
And
queen
going for queen
h3,
h3.
king in the corner. Yeah, I was wondering if white should have maybe played king g2 first.
Yeah, like I'm actually a little bit surprised about queen h3 because it doesn't seem to be threatening anything. And I really like this move from like king h1, preparing knight g1 to not only hit the queen but to prepare f4, like just expand on the king side. So I think it was okay just to allow queen h3 because black's going to end up losing time. We'll probably have to move the queen very soon.
Well, another thing about queen h3 is it also helps guard h6, right? So one thing that white did
Mm.
after bringing the queen out to a4 early was to bring it back to d1 to then c1 to double up on this diagonal. And it's very interesting we're mentioning how sometimes these bishop trades are favorable for the side that's trying to get rid of a fianchetto bishop. But here in this instance, we saw Opar give up their bishop because they didn't want it on the main diagonal here. And white maybe had a couple opportunities to play bishop h6 and decided not to. And now after queen h3, there isn't that chance anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's hard to say. Like both bishops don't seem too impressive here, but if you had to decide which side has a better bishop, black or white, it's probably white because most of black's pawns are in dark squares,
Yep.
which does not combine well with dark square bishop. So long term, it's probably better for white to avoid like making this trade on h6. And yeah, this bishop on g7, it's kind of like a nothing piece now. And the bishop on d2, it also doesn't seem to be doing too much, but it will support the eventual f4 break. And maybe later, like if the pawns get traded, f pawn for e pawn, then the bishop can find a nice home on f4.
Queen comes all the way back to c8.
Mm-hmm.
Man.
Yeah, I'm liking the way that Oparin is playing this.
So
Like
now,
very methodical. Like started with trading lights for bishop, and now gradually preparing this f4 break.
yeah, I see
And it just
f4.
seems like white has a bit better harmony here. Although
Yeah,
black is also very solid.
f4 is about to come.
Yeah, the one idea of f4 is to play f5 and just grab space and then go for the gradual like King's Indian style attack. This pawn storm like g4 and later h4. So if white does play f4 and then black has a decision, okay, the decision made very quickly is
Yeah.
to take on f4. And now the structure has transformed a little bit. Black no longer having this pawn on e5.
Black's also a bit down on time. Like
Yeah,
a minute
seriously
and a
down on
half
time.
to
Yeah,
six
that's a very
minutes.
good point. I think every game we've seen some time management issues from Antipov. But we've also seen him play brilliantly in massive time pressure, so we should not be deceived.
So in this kind of match format, we've seen Antipov have to play 2 matches already and win both of them, and now playing a third match against Oparin, who this is his first game today.
A bit more fresh, right?
Yeah, I could see it going both ways, right? You could say, oh, well, this player's warmed up and they're ready to go, and the other player's coming in cold. Or this player's been like spending all the day just trying to fight and using all their energy, and now they're tired. Do you feel like you have a personal preference one way or another, or do you think it's a bit more obvious for most players?
Yeah, it can really depend. I mean, given that Antipov had some really close matches uh, as the last few games, I think it's a nice confidence boost. And I mean, rapid games are not too physically taxing. So I'd probably give a slight plus for Antipov having played a few games, defending really nicely in the previous game to win the match. Um, but assuming Oparin got some sleep and got some rest and had more time to prepare, it's kind of a different type of advantage where he can be in maybe a bit more clear state of mind. Um, and yeah, this is his first game, so he probably had like this morning to prepare, and I'm sure he was expecting to play Antipov, so probably had some more time to do some opening prep.
Now, in this game, we're
A
seeing quite a
lot
bit
of
of
things just got
progression.
traded,
Yeah.
like
Um,
all the rooks.
I think it really goes back to move 24. Black plays this F5, I guess, pawn sacrifice, really.
As a temporary sack, but Black did win back the pawn. Although White just won the pawn, so White's up a pawn now.
Yeah.
Yeah, F5 was actually kind of a very committal move. Yeah, time-wise and position-wise, this does not look good for Antipov. At 21 seconds to 5 minutes, down a pawn. For a moment, it seemed like White's bishop wasn't going to come alive, especially with this pawn at f4. But White now has a very simple plan of moving the queen and playing pawn f5. I think it's just a question, where do you put the queen as White?
That sounds simple enough. But yeah, you would like to move the queen with the pin on the knight, but I think
Mhm.
maybe the issue with, well, let's say if queen g4, there was knight f6 like we see now. But the queen to e6, there was no
This is
tempo on the
just about
queen.
over, actually. Like, when the knight moves, there's some
Like bishop
there's some
h6.
tactical shot, bishop h6, even bishop g5. So Black
Okay.
fighting desperately. I do like queen e7. That's very resourceful. White can't win the knight. Black trying to trade queens and just hold on for dear life.
Well, now after the queen moves, there's queen takes b6.
Oh. Forgot b6 was hanging.
But then
But queen
maybe
b6 and Black maybe gets counterplay. Queen
queen
e2.
e2, queen
It can
e2.
get messy. I'm sure White has got to be calculating
White's
along
got
these lines.
they've got a ton of time to figure out. I mean, is trading queens even that bad? Obviously,
Well, queen takes e7, knight takes e7, then
your
f5
f
seems to be
pawn
falling.
falls. Yeah,
There was one idea to go for counterplay, like bishop f4, bishop c7. But then there's knight e7 just defending.
yeah. There's you gotta watch out for these bishop takes a5 ideas in the end game too. Sometimes the b pawn
Ooh.
runs.
Yeah, not quite working, at least after the queen trade. But yeah, these endgame tactics can come up once in a while.
Yeah, something to keep in mind. I'm sure both these players are aware. But it goes back to what you were saying earlier, right? Like comparing the dark square bishops, white's definitely better because all these pawns on dark squares. Now that we've gone down towards the end game, these pawns are now targets for sure. Especially if the bishop infiltrates like to f4, you don't even have to sacrifice. You just get in behind the pawns, and they're sitting ducks.
But the knights are working together surprisingly well. And it looks like Black is going to win back the pawn. Like there's only so much white can do to try and hold on to the pawn. Like if e7, knight 8 to d7, then king f7 will come.
Or just knight g6.
Or knight g6. Yeah, that's probably even simpler. And if knight g5, then pawn h6.
Yeah.
So looks like white has maybe lost most of the advantage. I mean, of course, still has massive lead on time. Antipov pretty much has to play every move instantly. But this doesn't look so simple for white to win. I think this is all thanks to this queen e7 resource. Like very clutch move. Before queen e7, I thought white was gonna win like so easily.
Well, Antipov, as we've seen, is super resourceful, super tricky. And just to give a reminder to the viewers, yes, this is an individuals format. Both these players are from Mizzou. They're teammates, actually. Antipov has 1 second to move. Oh my goodness.
Knight g6.
G6
Okay.
is played. And
yeah, white's still pushing here. I mean, black holding on for dear life. Bishop f6 and knight d7 was a threat.
yeah, so the knight on c8, super passive, defending on b1.
And both knights now. There's bishop d8 if you need it.
The knight
The
wants
bishop
on
d8 here, there'd
e6.
be 96.
So, yes, this is the grand finals of our fall season. We have $1,600 on the line. The player that loses at least still walks away with $1,300, which is nice. But of course, both players want to win. Not just the prize money on the line, but also just bragging rights and the title of the Collegiate Chess League champion for this fall season. So yes, this is the final match of Division 1 at least. We have like 19 divisions, which is kind of crazy. But oh, you see something?
Bishop d8. Oh, the bishop d8,
1
there's
second.
king e8.
Oh man. King d5.
Yeah, black can get the king back in. Although king d5 and king c6 looks very problematic for black.
Oh yeah. And there it
It
goes.
is played. Although, okay,
Oh, there's this knight
knights are
check.
being restrictive.
That makes sense. 2 seconds. 1 second.
It's such a hard position to play for black.
King back to d5, and there's no more knight e7 check ideas.
Because king d6. Well, king d6.
Well,
There's knight f5 forking the king and bishop.
Wait, no. I meant king d5, knight e7. There's bishop
knight
takes.
bishop e7.
Yeah.
Good point. Very good point. Is played.
Knight in here, but now.
But he still wants to play knight e7, but there's going to be eventually king d6. Oh, unless knight e7 now.
Knight e7.
Okay.
Dude,
But now
Antipov.
h6 is a target.
He's so slippery. He's holding on for dear life here.
We've seen this in multiple games. Like, he's so resourceful.
And now he gets king e6.
How does the knight escape? Knight e5 or knight b8? Knight e5 played.
1
okay,
second.
h5's hanging.
Check. 1
That's
second.
time scramble. h5. Knight f5.
He's playing with less than a second on his clock.
Gotta live on that increment.
The knights are connected now. And both players under 10 seconds. This is absolutely wild.
I mean, white wants to win the h6 pawn, but it's not easy to do. These knights are so tricky.
Oh.
And now black is untangling completely. Could force a draw if he wants it. Are they gonna... Oh, white's playing for a win. King h3. And white could have repeated there. But bishop c7 is still on tap.
Oh my
Taking
goodness.
bishop c7.
Antipov had knight h5
Wow.
check, winning the bishop, and sacrificing the knight on h4.
Oh, wow.
Oh, but now Grigori's completely gobbling up everything.
The pawns are falling. Okay, knight e1 is an idea though, but this is
But
too
does it
many pawns.
matter? I mean, there's so many. Yeah, there goes every pawn.
What a game.
Wow. Wow.
I guess this explains why white didn't trade the bishop like 50 moves ago with bishop h6. You were asking about this move, but you see this bishop just
Oparin had this
being so
calculated.
clutch in the endgame.
Oh my word. What a first game. Now, there is a second game here. So, going back to this match format, it's a best of two. Antipov is in a must win situation with the season on the line. Oparin just needs a draw to win first place.
So if Antipov wins this match, then he'll have to win the tiebreaker blitz game, and then he'll have to win another match on
Yes.
top of that.
So, this
Oh,
is a double elimination
okay.
bracket. Antipov
Take it
has the
one
odds
game at a
against him.
time. We see in open Spanish. We saw Antipov play this in his first match of the day against Anna. Remember this really nice knight e4 move.
Yes.
Here it seems like a slightly different line.
Bishop
Both
takes
players have more time than
c6.
they started with. So I
Now,
assume it's still
king
theory.
takes. I mean, this definitely favors Grigri. He seems comfortable in this position. We've traded queens off already.
Yeah, I just turned on the chess.com opening explorer. So there's been 6 games played in this position previously. So this is some very deep theoretical line in the open Spanish. I'm not sure which database chess.com uses for their explorer, if it's like online or the like over the board masters database. But white has won 60% of the games after pawn b4.
Yeah, pawn b4 here, just locking in those queenside pawns, right? Because I'm wondering if we can win material with bishop a7 and bishop b7.
Ooh. But even if you get both those moves in, and then you want to win the a6 pawn, there's going to be rook a8 in the very end.
Mm.
But yeah, there are ideas to try and exploit the queenside weaknesses. Maybe like b4 and then a4. And if you can open the a file, get the rook in. Like it does seem like white has some long-term pressure here.
So last weekend, we had the U.S. Collegiate Rapid Championship, and both of these players actually tied for first.
Ooh.
There was a third player from Webster, Benjamin Gladura, who also had a 7.5 out of 9 score, and I think actually won on tie breaks. Now,
Mm-hmm.
um, it's going to be interesting because we have the Blitz happening this weekend, and I'm assuming all these players will be back. But these players are definitely um, some of the best there are in all of college chess, which is super exciting to see it come down to these two players here.
Yeah, not only best in like college chess, but Oparin especially, like I mean, he was doing so well in the FIDE Grand Prix just over a year ago, like almost making it to the candidates. So
Yeah.
he's world class, and it's great to see such high level players compete in this league.
Yeah, he really could have been a candidate, which would have been incredible to see him compete at that level. So yeah, here he is. He's playing the finals, which a lot of people had him, winning this whole thing as soon as he registered a
Mm.
couple months ago. So he's been a favorite for a long time. He didn't win the regular season. That went to Rui Feng on tie breaks. But when it came down to it in the playoffs, Oparin beat Rui Feng in winners bracket finals to really prove his spot. And here he might just take it all. So he's a draw away. And Antipov's going to put up his best fight, but the odds are definitely stacked against him.
Yeah, just looking at the time situation, it seems like Oparin is much more comfortable with the outcome of this opening.
Yeah, for
Like
sure.
barely used any time off his clock. So is the Blitz happening tomorrow then?
Yes, the U.S. Blitz Championship is tomorrow. That's going to start at 9 a.m. Pacific.
Nice.
Yeah, and we will be covering that here as well. We do plan on having a guest. So last weekend we had Liam Lay from Webster join us. Tomorrow we're gonna have, or we're planning on having another one of these grandmaster coaches from one of the schools joining for some commentary. So yeah,
has it been announced which grandmaster coach? I can think of
it
a
hasn't.
few.
There's a lot. It's funny. So many of these coaches are grandmasters. It doesn't narrow it down too much. But either way, really exciting to have them join, and I think we'll plan on having a lot more guests when we actually go in person for Pan Ams, because we're gonna stream that in person. We're gonna have a studio on site, which is really exciting.
That's awesome. Nice.
Yeah, so I'm really looking forward to that. I haven't actually spent much time in Seattle. I've only been there for a few layovers.
I've never been. Love to go someday. I've heard very good things about the city. I want to draw our attention back to the current position after rook b d8. Black has a very sneaky threat. I'm wondering if you or anyone watching can identify. Okay, white avoiding it.
Well, I would assume that rook takes d5 was one idea, with followed by bishop to e4 check to just
d5
simplify.
Is a nice tactical shot. So g3 is a safer square for the king.
Wow.
It's still somewhat tense, like with a pawn tension between f6 and e5. I can imagine Oparin is like considering taking on e5, but at the same time, there's maybe no reason to. There's other approaches in the position. One idea that comes to mind is just rook d7, preparing the double up. Rook f d8.
One interesting thing about this king g3 move is that when you said that there was a tactic behind this rook b d8 move, I'm also thinking about, like, not only does rook takes d5 like lift the rook onto that same diagonal that the king was on with this bishop e4 idea, but it also, like, when you lift the rook, now that the king is on g3, rook on f1 is undefended, right? So, like, taking on e5, you could have potential pins along this f file.
X-ray vision tactics on the f file.
Yeah, so like bishop c2 is a really interesting move there from Oparin, right? Because, like, how do you deal with these ideas with, like, f takes?
I see what you mean. Yeah, where the rook on d1 is, like, actually a little bit overworked. Yeah, bishop e2 is such a weird move to even consider. But maybe it could have worked. I mean, h5 also makes a lot of sense. I'm wondering if the idea is just to play h4 and force a king to decide where to go.
Yeah, h4
if the king moves back to g2, there's the same tactics.
Yeah, and if the king takes, then there's bishop takes on e5 with the discovery.
Pawn takes e5, yeah, yep. But I like that bishop c2 move you were suggesting. Like trying to use all the tactics in Black's favor.
Yeah, that was a computer recommended line, so I can't take credit for that one. But
is Black just better after bishop c2?
Well, before h5, yeah, I liked that.
Okay.
But what's interesting is after bishop c2, then white takes on f6. So
Wow. Yeah, it's one of these computer lines.
yeah, so the point is if you give up the exchange on d1, then white can take on e7. Um,
Right.
it's a crazy line, and not surprised that we didn't see that.
It still feels like h5 puts a lot of pressure on white.
For
It's really
sure.
not clear how to address the potential threats, but also keep winning chances alive. Like as white, you don't want to simplify too much and then have no winning chances. So, and there's really not too much time for Antipov to figure things out.
I know he's under 5 minutes less than Oparin, which is crazy. He's under 3 minutes now.
I mean, h4 comes to mind as one idea, but I'm wondering if that still allows us bishop c2, even bishop g4. Actually, yeah, h4 just doesn't seem to make any sense.
2.5 minutes now. I mean, I'm glad I'm not in Antipov's shoes, right? Because I don't have much to offer either.
Difficult spot. Yeah, bishop f3, okay. Keeping things covered.
I'm putting pressure on the H pawn. We could still see this
Sure.
H4 check.
h4 is definitely a candidate move. Like nice positional, combines some positional and tactical motifs.
At least Antipov has put the ball back into Oparin's court. So
Yeah, sometimes when you're in a must-win situation, it's just about keeping the game going. Um, like minimizing the blunders and just forcing your opponent to make decisions. G6 looks very solid. Like covering h5, reinforcing the bishop.
so earlier I was thinking of like bishop d4. It just felt like a
Sure.
supernatural move, right? Getting the bishop on the long diagonal opposite the king. But I was really hesitant because black had this c5 idea. But now after
Right.
g6, maybe we could still make it work because now we have takes on f6
Ah, the in-between move. Like
intermezzo.
bishop d4, c5, and ef6.
Exactly.
That's interesting. Yeah, bishop d4. Not sure how much it's achieving. Like king g7, and it could lead to trades. Although maybe this is what white wants. Like if white can trade, I think if white wants to trade the bishops, it's better to trade dark square bishops because most of the black's pawns are left on light squares. And as we've seen, especially in that previous game, if you have a bishop that can snag your opponent's pawns in the endgame, it can lead to good
It's
things.
worth it. Yeah, one downside though, so we do see bishop d4, but this allows for h4 check, right? Because if king takes, then e takes or f takes
Mhm.
e5 with check is even more devastating because that e pawn would then attack the bishop that's on d4. So the king can't take, goes back to g2, and now the king just steps off the diagonal.
Yeah, I like h4 for another reason is it's anticipating the trade of dark square bishops. So basically anticipating a light square bishop ending, and black is fixing white's pawn in h3 like permanently on the light square, which should be a long-term benefit for black.
I
Okay,
see.
rook e1, so keeping all the tension,
Is
not simplifying.
is one idea to play bishop g4 and we're not allowing bishop e4 check?
Ah, like next move,
Or
white's playing bishop g4.
or maybe bishop to e4 is white's idea. I'm
Yeah,
not
white
sure.
also has an idea of just taking on f6 and then infiltrating with a rook eventually.
Yeah. Yeah, this offers a rook trade here. There is one problem with trading like on e4 is that you have to watch out your rook on d1 could be pinned or
Mhm.
hanging after like c5 or something. But okay. Bishop takes on e5. That's a really nice placed bishop attacking
Yeah, now
c7 too.
c7 is a clear target. But not only is c7 like directly attacked, but the bishop on e7 was aligned with a rook, which explains why black took on d1, saves the c-pawn.
Yeah,
And for the time being, it looks like black still has things under control. And white is getting even lower on time,
I know.
falling below 40 seconds.
Less than 40 seconds is 6.5 minutes. Absolutely crazy if Antipov. I mean, that last game, it looked like Antipov had good chances to maintain a draw in the time scramble, but this, even if the position is completely even, like the time
Yeah, to
disparity is
try
just
and win
so
this,
big.
that's a completely different story. Rook d8, just ultra solid move,
Yeah.
contesting the d file. Rooks are now off the board, and white making the right practical decision, keeping both bishops on the board.
So now I want to play like bishop d6 and bishop b7. Just go after these pawns.
Yeah, white's got to start targeting the pawns on the queen side, but you would imagine black has enough resources to keep everything defended. Like even bishop b6 if necessary, there's bishop c8 if necessary. And at the same time, the king should probably come back to the center.
Saving the a pawn. Now the king's rerouting, like you said. Just solid principles. Okay, attacking the c pawn. Now we could see bishop b6.
Yeah, because if c4, then bishop b7 appears to win a pawn.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to
Well, how?
work
Okay.
out some of these lines.
Yeah,
Like
let's say
c4, bishop b7, a5, bishop c6.
well, okay, yeah. Yep. That looks about right.
I was wondering, there might be cases where black sacks a pawn on a6 and then like reroutes the bishop to c6. But I don't think any of that is necessary.
And Oparin's using his time.
I'm taking time, yeah.
I know some people they feel pressure when they see their opponent's clock is low. They themselves want to speed up and try to pressure them on the clock, but sometimes that allows for mistakes.
Yeah, it's important to actually use the time that you have in moments where maybe you have a few choices. So if you're just moving as quickly as your opponent, you're not actually using your advantage on the clock. So yeah, a5 and b4. And b4 will force a trade of some pawns. Oh, even bishop c4.
Yeah, didn't b4 allow white to win material maybe?
Because the bishop's guarded through X revision. Yeah, you're right.
But now the h pawn's hanging.
Ooh. White's actually making some progress then.
Wait,
I wonder if there's a bishop c7 here.
Bishop c7.
It's getting weird.
Bishop c7. No.
Okay, so white has won a pawn.
Wow.
You'd imagine black can still hold this, like especially with the time situation.
He's threatening bishop d5 check, no?
You just got down to 0.4 seconds. Bishop d5 is a candidate move. b4.
Wait, imagine king f5, bishop d. Oh, but then there's bishop e6.
Oh, there'd be some funny mating ideas potentially.
They get back to that bishop d8 move.
Some flashbacks, yeah. I mean, white's up a pawn.
Yeah.
And white also arguably has the better bishops. Especially this bishop on b6 does not look pretty for black.
Wow. Yeah, no, this is a game still.
Bishop f1 is a candidate move.
I'm wondering if like White's plan is to just go king g4 and try to, make a
Yeah,
passed
make
kingside
progress on the
pawn.
king side. I mean, it's 2-on-1 on the king side. Like, combine that with bishop e4.
Oh yeah.
The more I'm looking at this, the more I'm realizing like black is in some danger. And for a strong grandmaster like Antipov, all he needs is to have the increment.
We do
Oh,
see
bishop
the
d5.
trade.
Okay.
Wait, is
So this
king
is actually very concrete now.
is king c4 an idea?
And king c4 is the plan. But after king c4 is there f5
Oh,
and then just breaking through. a4,
a4.
okay. It's a nice positional move.
And
Fixing
now
white's pawn
king.
on dark square.
Uh-oh. f5 now. Uh,
How does black stop the h
that's a
pawn?
strong h pawn. This is crazy, Eric. we thought for sure this was like
Is there
so.
bishop takes h4
Bishop takes,
and then king c4? All we need to do is win the h pawn c pawn and get the king to a to draw. But maybe it seems like bishop h4 is the way to go.
wow. You think so?
It comes down to like almost a tempo. And I'm trying to calculate.
I mean, don't we
I don't
have
think it
like
works.
bishop e7?
Well, yeah, there might be multiple winning ideas. The bishop will go to f6 and then pawn c4 and then king gets to d5. I think it's winning for white.
I don't think you can sack the bishop.
But what else to do? Bishop c7 to e5 probably. But then that loses to c4.
Oh man. Dude, this is crazy.
Yeah, if Antipov wins this, that's a huge momentum boost. Super clutch too, given the time situation.
Like that's just incredible. There
Okay, so
goes the
bishop
H pawn.
f8 is another defensive idea.
Now the king's coming in. So, okay, king on
Bishop e3.
g6. Is your plan to try to trade the bishops off, or yeah, like bishop h6 is coming?
Bishop e3 is really nice because it prevents bishop h6. And I don't see how black even tries to fight on here.
What a turnaround in this game. I mean, and what looked like a completely drawn position,
It looked very safe for black a bit earlier.
Antipov just had incredible bishop activity.
This is
Oh,
now
there goes the c
pretty
pawn.
trivial.
And now is the idea of bishop to f8 to g7.
Yep, got a
Wow.
fianchetto.
Wow.
And there we go.
And now
So
we're
we
gonna
have
go to
at
tie
least one more
breaks.
game.
Now, really quickly, I want to point out in Division 2, we had Roman versus Lyndon Lee from Yale. Roman's from Hamburg, which is in Canada. Actually missed what happened to that game. I think Lyndon won. But Lyndon Lee is apparently also from Minnesota. I heard from Titus. And he is the brother of Alice Lee.
Oh, interesting fun fact. Wow.
Yeah. And
Alice Lee, of course, a very talented junior player. Just played in the U.S. Women's Championship.
oh, and in Division 3, we see Emilio unfortunately just lost to Naveen in their second game. So Naveen, who was originally the #1 seed, who lost earlier to Emilio, has now gotten his revenge. So he
Wow.
wins Division 3 finals along with $500. So congrats to Naveen from University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. Um, and now we can focus again on the Division 1 matchup. We have tiebreaker, a 5+2 game here between Antipov and Oparin.
And just a reminder for the format, if this game is a draw, they play another 5+2 game, correct?
No, they go immediately to
Or
1
no?
plus 2.
Oh, okay. So then there's a small edge for Oparin getting the white pieces in the only blitz game, but then Antipov gets the white pieces in the bullet game.
Mm-hmm.
So,
And
okay,
another
that'll be interesting.
reminder, if Antipov wins this match, they need to play again because it's
Another
double
match,
elim.
right?
Yeah, so
Right.
Oparin, he's got some reassurance there that even if he loses this, he can still win the second match. But I think Oparin, of course, is going to try to win and finish everything here in this Blitz game right now.
Yeah, and he did win that first rapid game with the white pieces. So maybe there's some argument that his opening repertoire matched up well against Antipov for the white side. Although that first game, it was definitely not determined in the opening.
No.
It was like that weird reverse Benoni, very long positional grind. So here, I mean, this is a very typical kind of situation for the Callan. White has uh, a little bit more center, but Black is coping with a small space deficit, using the B4 square, and has very good control over this D5 square, also preventing White from playing E4. I'm not entirely sure if this is theory. I was just checking the Explorer. There's been no games played from this position previously.
Wow, so we're already in a new one. And we see the light square bishops traded off. Knight to d5 makes sense.
Yeah, I remember looking at some of these lines. Like Wesley So has played similar lines as Black, where maybe it's like slightly worse, but Black can like have a very solid setup. Like usually puts the pawn on c6, and because Black has traded off light squared bishops, there's less to worry about with getting kind of stuck on the queen side. I think very often Black will just play c6 and put most of the pawns on light squares.
I see some of the viewers are saying that they've won their divisions. So
Ooh.
congrats to them. And even though they're not winning cash, as the money is only for the top 3 divisions, they are winning chess.com membership. So winner for
Yes.
any of the lower divisions is like a year-long diamond, which is pretty good. I think second place is like 6 months. Third place might be 3 months.
Yeah, year-long
Um,
diamond is over $100 value. Good job to Curious Brune in chat, winning Division 18. Is that a distant relative of yours?
The Curious Bruin, I think they are a UCLA Bruin.
Uh-huh.
So we are both from UCLA, but I don't think that we're related.
Okay.
But yeah, a lot of people think that my real name is Joe Bruin, but it's actually not. It's just my username that I basically stole from the UCLA mascot. So,
Soul borrowed.
um,
Hopefully they don't sue you.
yeah, fingers crossed. But okay, interestingly, knight
Ooh.
d5. I was looking at this e4 move and was wondering what the plan was. And knight takes on f4, queen takes back, and now knight to c2. Would you take on c4, or is that, or sorry,
Take on
d4,
d4.
or is that dangerous?
It looks very, very dangerous. But okay, he does
He's
it.
going for it.
So I think like Black is gonna follow with c5. And it's not clear how White actually wins back the pawn.
Yeah, c5. There it is.
Although maybe White can play e5. E5 will attack another time with the queen.
Ah,
And White will have 3 attackers while preventing any defense.
Okay,
Knight
knight
b5
b5 is
also,
another idea.
yeah, also three attackers.
Hmm.
So it looks like this was just a fancy way of trading.
Is there like knight e2? Is that a thing? Probably not. Probably just like queen e3.
Yeah, knight e2 would be insane, but yeah, queen e3 looks to be.
Sufficient.
It seems like it would force knight d4, and black would essentially waste a tempo. So as black, I think you just accept the fact that you're losing back a pawn, and you make the most of your position, yeah, developing the queen, preparing rook fd8.
Okay.
And when white wins back the pawn, then the center opens up a little bit, which should, in some sense, favor the bishop. Yeah, the bishop's going to find a home, I imagine, on c5.
Oh yeah, bishop c5. Wouldn't that? I guess that forces like the rook back to d. Well, it depends on how white wins back this piece, right? On d4.
Yeah,
So
you
let's see.
imagine white's going to take on d4. I mean, first, I assume with the f3 knights, like you want to keep your knight on b5.
Really? To
I mean, it's a really
cover.
nice outpost on b5. It restricts the queen from pressuring b2. Although maybe there's some argument to take with the b5 knight if you want to like orchestrate some kingside attack.
So knight from the f file takes, pawn takes, and now do you take back with the rook or do you take back with the knight?
Yeah, imagine take back with a rook
And
just to double
then
up. Keep
bishop
outpost, bishop e5,
c5.
rook, maybe rook d7 there.
Ooh,
It's still
yeah.
double-edged.
Another advantage of taking with the f file pawn or knight is that after bishop c5, your queen defends f2.
That's very true, yeah. So,
And so you see, ooh, and now e5.
ooh.
So
Because if rook takes d4, there is pawn e5, queen e5, bishop f6.
ah,
Maybe is an idea. Realizing there's queen. Yeah, I think that would work for black.
rook takes, pawn takes. Well, maybe there's like rook d6 in that line.
Yeah, rook d6, but bishop takes d. Or actually, I don't know.
That's crazy stuff. I don't know either. Maybe like rook c6.
Yeah, it would get kind of murky.
And then rook takes. I don't know.
e5 just ensured that black can't play e5, and okay, white is taking his sweet time to win back the pawn.
I like it a lot. You could win the pawn back immediately, but why rush into it when you can, bring all the pieces together, and then when you take, everything's well placed.
Yeah, the d pawn is I mean it should fall eventually, but I mean white now has to figure out how to get out of check. And black will be ready to play bishop c5 and rook
Ooh,
d5.
queen block. Hold on.
Not so simple.
Queen takes, king takes. Is there bishop c5? Is that hold
Yep,
on?
and black would be holding on to the pawn for maybe a few more moves, but king e4 and rook bd1.
Or like, what about f6?
Yeah, f6, f4.
Well,
And there's chances for black to try and stir up counterplay while white tries to win back the pawn.
I
f6 is
don't know.
definitely a resource to keep in mind for later on. But black
Okay,
avoiding the queen trade.
yeah, it doesn't trade queens.
Now white's actually a little bit tied down because the queen is tied down to the d3 rook. The rook on b1 is tied down to the b2 pawn. So queen
Queen
d1,
back.
nice move defending both rooks and defending a4.
Yeah, defending everything.
I'm wondering if they might repeat, like queen c6. Never mind.
Oh, you didn't have to wonder for too long.
Nope. It seems like black is actually pushing for a win here.
I know. I think maybe Oparin has delayed recapturing on d4 a little long. Like now, Antipov has done a fantastic job of just continually pestering Grigri, and okay, now we see the pawn
Okay, white
go.
finally wins back the pawn. Both players falling very low on time.
Yeah, but
This is very quickly turning into a bullet game.
well, could we have like traded queens and then taken on e5? Whoa.
He was
Okay.
trying to win e5 in a different way, but knight defends.
I want to play like rook c2. Oh,
Rook
g5.
c2 is a resource. Oh, okay, nice idea. King's gonna have to
Yeah,
move,
going
but
for
then g4
g4.
still comes. Although g4 might be overextending.
Rook d8.
Wow.
Rook d8 would have won the knight, maybe?
Rook d8 was a resource. Rook c4 defending the g-pawn. It seems like black's in full
Rook
control
d4.
here.
Oh my goodness.
A nice resource. Now rook e4 is a major threat.
Is bishop b4 and rook d2 an idea?
I mean, black is attacking from like so many different directions. Bishop e4 definitely a move.
There it is.
Is played.
There's a rook check. That might be
Yeah,
dangerous.
black's king will
Wait,
be so safe on g7 though.
was rook d2? Oh, there's queen g4 check. You could trade rooks if
It's
you want.
still getting
Oh,
messy though.
there goes the b pawn. Oh,
I don't think white's in time to do this because rook e1, queen e4, right? Oh,
what?
rook e1, knight f1 though. Oh, it's
Oh my.
getting messy.
Queen
Queen
back,
h7 covering.
covering all the checks.
Yeah, the bishop covers f8, so there's no queen f8.
Oh my
Someone's
goodness.
about to flag. Both
Oh,
players below 5
oh.
seconds.
Queen h8. Is it just a
If Oberon
perpetual?
wins, he wins the match.
Rook check. He's going for it.
But
Can he
where's what's the
trade
move?
queens? Wait, is h2 a
Rook
threat?
h8. h2 is a massive threat.
h2. h2.
Wins the knight.
You win the knight. Played. Rook takes.
White's winning some pawns though. White's winning f7 and b7, but
Oh.
it's not enough. Antipov
Wait,
is about
rook
to force
is rook
another
g1?
match.
Rook g1 just traded.
Rook
Oh
g1
my
was
goodness.
another approach. What
Antipov,
a
after
game.
dropping the first game, wins the next two in a row, and Oparn is forced now to play a reset. So
Wow.
Antipov wins this first match, but they have to play a second match. So we're going back
So
to the
clutch.
rapid. This is incredible.
Do they have a break at all? Or do they jump in
I
once
mean,
again?
I think it's up to them. But yeah, I mean they could go right straight into it. They probably will take
Mhm.
a little breather. But wow, that what a comeback from Antipov after dropping the first game with two back-to-back games season
I mean,
on the
so
line.
clutch. It seemed like Operan was gonna just end things by trying that second rapid game with Black. But not only did Antipov like win that one, but this game was incredible too. It looked like he was close to losing after like queen h8, rook g8, but the king found safety.
And what's crazy, I think
F5.
Oparin had a choice between perpetual and like playing on for the win, and I think he chose to play on for. I think he could have taken perpetual there, and chose against it.
Seemed really close to perpetual.
So he pushed and lost, and now they're going to the second match. I think maybe the perpetual would have been a smarter like match decision, right? Try your chances in the bullet.
Yeah, it was such a hard position to judge because it looks so close to winning. But yeah, just not quite. Amazing configuration of the black pieces towards the end of that game.
Well, I see we still have Division 3 is playing. I don't know if their first two games like didn't count or something. But I don't know. Do you want to take a quick 5 minute break while we wait for Antipov and Oparin to start up again?
Yeah, sure, let's do it. I'll make some more tea.
Awesome. Sounds good. But yeah, don't go away. We have a match reset in the Division One Grand Finals between Antipov and Oparin. So, congrats to Antipov for resetting the bracket, and he's got another match to win before he can claim the Grand Finals. And Oparin has a second shot at winning. So stick around. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Collegiate Chess League's Fall 2022 Grand Finals. I'm Joe, joined by Eric once again, and we have a bracket reset in Division 1. I also do want to mention we have a bracket reset in Division 3 as well. So, Naveen from Chapel Hill beats Emilio, and that reset their bracket because Emilio won the winner's bracket. So, I think earlier I mentioned that Naveen won. Well, he's got to do it all over again. Likewise with Antipov against Oparin. So we do have their game underway as well. So they just started their second match. We saw Oparin win the first game, followed by two incredible wins from Antipov to reset the bracket. And now we have game one of match two here. Awesome
Yeah,
stuff.
some super exciting games on the final day. Do you want to hop into the Oparin game? Should we take a quick look at the
No,
Emilio
no,
game?
I just pulled up Antipov's game and
Okay.
we see
Nimzo Indian.
yeah, a trade on C3 and now E5 from Antipov.
And this is a so-called Zamish variation of the Nimzo, which is, I think, one of the older ways of playing, but I think it became a bit more popular in recent years, where white is being very committal, like accepts the double pawns on the queen side, but going for the center expansion, and black just played this very positional move, pawn e5, which is basically the main idea. When you put your knight on c6, you're going for e5 and trying to close the center down. Now white has a choice to make. Like, do you go for d5? Do you leave the tension? And it seems like a not super theoretical line at this point.
Okay,
Pawn
H4.
h4, wow. Alpha Zero style. Cool idea though. Like maybe going for h5, h6.
Yeah, I mean, can we play H6 now?
H6 looks like a very normal idea. And I guess white then doesn't have the option of bishop h4 because there's a pawn in h4. I'm wondering if white can do some fishing pole trap and just leave the bishop
Oh
there.
man.
That seems a little bit questionable.
And normally that's when there's like no pawn on F3. You just play Queen H5 right away.
Right. So just bishop e3. So an interesting sequence of moves. To play bishop g5 and then move it back to e3 very soon after. But with h6 and h4 included, there's some argument that this is to white's benefit because white's going to have ideas of g4, g5. And it's a so-called hook on the king side with the pawn in h6. White can more easily open files with this g5 pawn break.
Exactly. So it's very double-edged actually, right? Because white has yet to castle, and after H4, it doesn't look like they intend to. And here I am fully expecting G4.
Yeah, g4 and white's I mean, if we see g4, then we're seeing white having moved all the pawns within the first 11 moves, which is pretty rare. Rook a2. Rook a2 is actually really cool. It's a cool resource you don't see too often. But because the whole second rank is pretty much open for white, a plan might be g4 and then rook g2. Knight h5. Some very bizarre looking moves. Like both players breaking a ton of principles. Black putting the knight on the edge, moving away from the center. But g3 is a hole in white's position, so sometimes chess is about knowing when to break the rules.
And once you're a
Looking for exceptions.
grandmaster, the rules no longer apply to you, right?
Yeah, at least most of the rules.
So okay, yeah, I mean knight H5, I mean it just looks like it's inviting G4. But we don't
Right, but if g4 was played, knight g3 would happen, which is why we saw knight e2.
yeah.
But the drawback of knight e2, it blocks the bishop, and now bishop a6 is hitting c4.
Yeah. And if you're like, well, so what? It's just a pawn. G4, I hit your knight. Well, it's not just a pawn. It comes with tempo on your rook that you lifted on A2.
Exactly. So now white has to kind of figure out, do you take time to defend the c pawn? Like queen a4 comes to mind as a nice looking move, defending c4 and hitting the bishop and knight. But then the queen would be moving away from all the action on the king side. So perhaps there's a different approach to take. I think c5 is sometimes a move to consider as well.
So queen A4, is there knight A5?
Oh, that's actually a very good point. Yeah, knight
Doubling up.
a5 is a pretty standard approach. Maybe knight a5 and then c5. Although,
And
yeah,
then
it seems like
bishop
black has
C4
everything under
anyways.
control. Right.
Hitting the rook and
Bishop
yeah.
c4. There's no real threat behind c5 anyway.
Oh boy. What a game. I mean, we're in for a treat here. These players, I mean, maybe those back-to-back losses for Oparn is his
Be tilting.
I mean, yeah, he's now like in the hot seat, right? This is next match wins.
Hmm.
Winner takes all.
And this is such an imbalanced position. Like, if I had to place money, I would imagine this game will be decisive. Just because there's so much craziness happening. And I mean, I'm actually liking black's position. It seems like black has easier play. Like all the pieces, even though they're kind of scattered, they're all serving some clear purpose. And white's setup doesn't look too impressive, actually. A lot of things are tied down and just a little bit vulnerable.
Yeah, and normally we see Antipov is in time pressure, but here it's Oparn who's using some time to think.
Yeah, it seems like kind of an opening gone astray for white. Black. I mean, black's employing a lot of typical Nimzo ideas. Like it's so often you see the bishop come to a6, knight a5 is likely to follow. And
Oh,
g4, okay, so going all in, allowing bishop takes c4.
yeah, bishop takes C4. Played. Now does
I'm wondering if white can sack the exchange,
is
like take on an
yeah,
okay.
he's doing
Well,
it.
I'm seeing it.
This is crazy stuff, man. This is
Yeah, I was just
crazy.
thinking about this position if white plays d5 and then tries to trap the bishop. The problem is like after d5, black has knight a5. And there's enough control over c4 that the bishop will save itself.
Wow. There's even like bishop B3 or bishop C4 still.
But it's a fascinating situation because black's pieces are sidelined on the queen side. And white now has a clear plan of knight f5, rook g1. And
Oh,
double pawns look ridiculous on the h file for white, but they do give white this open g file. It makes it very difficult for black to actually neutralize a g file because there's not really g6 with this pawn in h5. Queen d2 is going to happen at some point.
you could sack the exchange back and play F5 right now. To just
F5 would be
completely.
insane.
Oh my God,
Wow,
he's done
F5
it.
played.
That was a top recommended move. I mean, dude, when you look at knight F5 with rook to G1, that looks so good for white, right? Like
I think
everything.
Antipov realized the danger and realized like he could
Oh
not
my
allow knight f5.
goodness. And
Um,
he's playing
and
this so
now
well. Queen F6.
material wise,
It's
black is
even.
it's equal.
But
But look at white's pawns.
yeah, look, he's got doubled H pawns, doubled F pawns, and they're all isolated. And look at black structure; it's like flawless.
One of these Nimzo Indian situations where white basically wants to play for the attack and black just wants to play positionally. So what to do here? I want to play bishop d3, but that hangs d5. Bishop h3 hangs h4.
Wow.
And maybe queen d3. But black will very simply follow up with rook f8. This looks terrible for white.
Now, is black threatening like E4 by chance? Is that an idea? Is that just
Yeah,
like,
e4 definitely I think would add salt to the wound. Just with the queen coming in. I don't know if it's necessary though. Like this pawn e5 is so nice in
yeah,
restricting the
yeah,
dark for a bishop, but it's a resource that white does have to worry about. But white also just have to worry about losing like all the pawns. Mainly f5 and then h5 and then maybe d5.
yeah. Also, queen f6 allowing to play rook f8, I think is another idea.
Yeah, black's position kind of just plays itself. It's really not clear where white gets any sort of counterplay. Like you want to use the g file, but if ever rook g1, you hang h4.
Exactly, with check. And that also drops the the other h pawn. Oh,
King f2, just giving. But maybe this is a fine approach. Like give the f pawn and then use this light square diagonal like bishop d3.
yeah, that makes sense. Maybe we just,
I mean, black could start with rook f8,
yeah, I was gonna say maybe this bishop d3 and now,
and then you can take on d5.
ah,
Because
yes,
f5
yes, yes.
pawn is somewhat of a hindrance for white in blocking the bishop. Black might just be more interested in taking on d5 if he gets a chance.
Yeah, so okay, bishop d3, bishop takes d5, and we might even be threatening like bishop e6.
Using this f file battery.
Wait, no, but the queen defends f3, so that's
Yeah, it's an
not
idea for maybe later, but
for later. Well,
I mean,
okay,
winning d5 is just it's a nice center pawn to snack on.
true. Oh, bishop h, well, queen h4 check.
So queen h4, yeah, comes with check.
And you also drop the h5 pawn, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
At this point, it's kind of desperation for white. You got to accept that you're losing pawns. I think he wanted to ensure he's not losing d5 immediately. And if white or if black takes the time to grab the h pawns, then at least the h file opens. Could be another source of counterplay.
Well, maybe instead of taking on h5, you have queen h4 and then queen to c4.
Ooh, yeah, depending where the king moves. Yeah, it seems very shaky for white.
And if Antipov wins this with the black pieces, he's gonna have draw
White
odds with
withdraw.
white.
Yep.
And Oparin's season's gonna be on the line. That's what a swing. I mean, and he's gonna have 3 games in a row against Oparin.
That's true. Yeah, just clutch win after clutch win, riding the wave of momentum.
And he's up like twice as much time.
Yeah, I think just taking his sweet time here.
Now the
I
game's
mean,
not
queen
over yet.
h4. I guess if you give white one more move, white perhaps wants to play bishop g4, like holding on to all of the kingside pawns.
Yeah.
Bishop b3, okay, attacking the queen.
Hmm. I mean, does this allow White's queen to get somewhere like useful?
I think the point of bishop b3 was to like displace the queen. Because queen d3 it looks more useful, but now bishop c4 will come with tempo, or queen c4 also comes with tempo, and that's a nice idea to essentially offer the queen trade and at the same time going after d5.
Wow. Yeah,
If
and
queens are
if
traded, then black just has easy positional play.
yeah, queen takes c4, bishop takes c4, there's really no way to defend the d pawn.
Wondering about queen e4 here, although that would just lose the d pawn as well.
Yeah, queen takes d5 there. So we do see the
Yeah, it looks
trade.
like white's just trying to hold on for a draw at this point. Would you take with knight or bishop?
I mean, okay, I said bishop takes and there's no way to defend the d pawn, but I noticed there's rook d1.
There's rook d1, right?
So knight takes forks the bishop and the a pawn. There is bishop to c1, which is super passive.
I mean, both moves look good, but okay, we see bishop c4,
It's not rook
assuming
d1.
rook d1. And then it's a matter of like transferring the knight to a better place. It doesn't seem like black's in so much rush though. Ah, bishop e3, hitting the rook.
The rook goes to the g file. So maybe there's bishop takes h6 ideas whenever the king moves. Yeah, he
That was
gives up the
actually
d
very
pawn.
clever from black, this bishop b3 move, because the rook wasn't able to stay on the d file. Various tactics.
Hmm.
So white's
Okay.
now down 2 pawns. Like trying for something like f4, but about to lose a third pawn. His f5 pawn is now a goner.
These pawns are just so weak.
A beautiful Nimzo game from Antipov. At some point, it looked like he was in some trouble after the exchange sack, but this f5 idea, sacking back the exchange, which
Beautiful.
is so precise.
So beautiful. Just understanding the relative values of the pieces, right? Like, I don't care if I'm up in exchange. I don't want your knight landing on f5. That knight is worth more than a rook.
Yeah, a lot of players wouldn't have the danger levels to realize that knight f5 uh, should be prevented at all costs.
A knight c4, just nice move. Tagging the bishop, just threatening to just trade everything.
Yeah, looks like there's some simplification here. A lot of discovered checks to consider with the bishop. And bishop h3. There's a lot of endings where black will retain the 2-pawn advantage. I
Bishop
was just looking
check.
at bishop d3 because this forces bishop f3 and then something like knight e5 or bishop e4. Or maybe just a combination of these moves.
You just trade everything down.
Well,
Just
not
like,
even trade, but I think he's winning the bishop.
whoa,
Oh,
well,
tricky, tricky. Or rook f7.
why wasn't there like rook g3?
Knight e5. And then there'd be 3 attackers against the pinned bishop.
Oh, wow. No, absolutely incredible. And they go right into game two. So now
Antipov
Antipov,
has just won 3 games in a row.
and he only needs to draw this one. And Oparin, he needs a win, a must-win situation with black. Ooh, this is
This f3 line. This is what Carlsen played against Fabiano in their match in London when he all he needed was a draw to clinch the match.
So Antipov perhaps inspired. Oh, we lost Rosen. That's unfortunate. But yeah, while we work on
No,
getting oh,
very solid.
you cut out for a solid second there.
So, I was just saying I did this line myself as white. It's a solid line.
Is it good for draws?
It's good for just getting a stable position. It doesn't actually like force matters too quickly. Like there's not too many lines where things just liquidate. But it's a very solid, stable line where black has to take a lot of risk to win. And that's basically what you want as white.
So I am somewhat familiar with like playing f3 early on because I like the fantasy variation in the Caro Kann.
Ooh.
So how similar is that to this?
So the fantasy variation actually leads to more open positions, at least in the lines where like black takes on e4. This is a bit more static of a structure. And yeah, the structure is actually a lot different because it still resembles like an open Sicilian structure. And one of the ways black can try and pressure white and play for winning chances is to go for this f5 idea in the middle game. Kind of King's Indian like. I wouldn't be surprised soon if we see something like knight h5 and pawn f5.
You want to see a cool line, Eric?
Let's see it.
Knight b4. You see where I'm going with this?
Knight b4. Not quite.
Knight e2.
Oh, now I see.
Yeah.
You don't even need a duck for that. You just middle game smother mate.
That'd be funny, but of course we won't see that. Yeah, I'm trying to find the fastest way to
How
checkmate
can
it.
white lose?
Okay, I mean, okay, bishop on d2, right? Like we've got this bishop opposite the queen. Um, I'm looking at discoveries now with like knight d5.
Knight
It just seems
d5,
so
right.
natural.
Yeah, generally knight d5, queen d8. Okay, looks like we'll see it.
Okay, takes.
Now, it looks like white just traded off one of black's most passive pieces. But in taking on e7, white is weakening the d6 pawn even more. And now there's just easy ideas of building up on the d file. And the d6 pawn is just a serious liability for black.
Yeah, very backwards.
And white has a bishop pair on top of that. So generally, it's a nice kind of positional transformation.
Well,
At the same time, white's a little bit underdeveloped. Like the king's still in the center. So there might be cases where black can just abandon the d pawn and then try and open the center. Still with these knight h5, f5 ideas. Maybe we'll even see some knight d4 idea. So there's potential for black to like stir some counterplay.
I mean, bishop e3, right? I mean, that looks like you're just winning the d pawn.
Yeah, bishop e3. There is knight e8. Knight e8's I guess a useful resource in defending the d pawn and preparing f5.
I see.
Probably the only way to hold on to the d pawn.
Another idea is just move the bishop e2 or d3 and get ready to castle.
Right, which perhaps is called for before white goes like too crazy. I'm actually wondering about bishop g5 as well.
Yeah,
Bishop
pinning the
g5
knight.
pins the knight and essentially attacks the d pawn, prevents knight e8.
True. Bishop
Bishop
to
c3.
Yeah, c3.
Another logical square for the bishop.
We do see this knight e8 idea.
But we can see white's like forming a nice grip on the position. Like black's a bit tied down. f5. f5 looks like a natural expansion, but I don't think it really has much venom to it.
So f5, would you take or castle?
Yeah, taking actually looks very fine. Maybe taking, then castling, and then later bishop d3. Okay, so black is going after the c4 pawn, which makes sense.
This also opens up the bishop to attack the knight. So we see knight back to a3, saving the knight and defending the c4 pawn.
Yeah, that's actually a nice square for the knight. It prevents pawn a3. As black, you'd like to continue adding more pressure, like maybe queen e6, getting a third attacker. Although queen e6 doesn't even threaten to take the pawn, because it would be major pieces attacking the pawn and minor pieces defending. It's really not clear how black makes realistic progress here.
Going backwards. Maybe
d8.
Maybe going to b6. The castles.
I'm trying to understand queen d8. Yeah, I guess like this tactical resource queen b6 can be useful in some lines.
It also defends like the knight on a5 if white ever plays queen d2, but
That's true as well. Okay, so now bishop e6, and there are now 3 attackers against the pawn. Ah, and white can't easily play b3 because of the queen b6 idea, so white's taking on a5.
rook f2 is blocking queen b6 check.
Yeah, rook f2 is a nice square for the rook.
Now it's
Maybe at
pinned.
some point bishop f1.
And yeah, the pawn on b2 is hanging. We don't want to give that up.
Right, so bishop f1 would defend the pawn, unleashing the rook.
There it is.
At some point, white wants to alleviate the pin, maybe like g3, king g2, maybe like queen e1, king h1. But white wants to eventually put the rook on d2, or can actually contribute to pressuring the half-open file. And we're seeing kind of this a theme throughout this like later stages of the opening and middle game that white's just kind of holding his own. And it's okay, it's not like so much better for white, I don't think, but white's still very, very solid. And it's really up to black to like create some source of play in the position.
What's the plan with knight c7? I feel like this pawn on c4 is doing a good job of boxing the knights out. Maybe knight
Yeah, it's
a6?
all about like the potential maneuvers. Like I assume he wants to play knight a6, knight c5, or knight a6, knight b4. A bit more active of a square, or maybe even some idea. Not sure how easy it is to achieve, but bishop d7 and knight e6. A knight would actually be really nicely placed on e6 to access the dark squares.
Yeah. And okay, we see queen e1, so that defends the rook. That allows the king to go to like h1.
King is probably white's next move. So it looks like black wants to continue some maneuvering. I mean, ideally, the knight would love to come to d4. And yeah, and bishop d7, okay.
Another
And
idea of
white's able to afford, or black's able to afford taking the time to do this because d6 is no longer under pressure.
well, now there's some pressure there. Rook d1. What is defended? Wait, can we take? Rook takes d6. If queen takes d6, we
Oh,
have queen takes a5.
was that just missed?
Uh,
I imagine there'd be some counterplay, but yeah, it seemed like a missed opportunity. Maybe
It's just an
knight
idea.
e6 was played too quickly,
It
and king
was an
h1 was
idea.
played too quickly.
But now knight d4.
Knight d4 blocks a d file. Yeah,
Knight
it's a nice
d4.
outpost.
Maybe there's like
Knight,
queen
knight
e2.
c2.
Oh, knight c2. Well, knight c2. Knight
White
c2
would
is like.
actually like the knight to be on e3 rather than a3. Also, knight c2, you just want to trade knights and then pressure the d pawn more.
Knight
So,
d4. I'm wondering if we can play f4. But it doesn't
oh,
really
that's
threaten.
another idea. Just open, try and open the file some way.
Okay, knight d4 played.
I was going to say that when black plays knight d4, he has to be ready for knight c2.
Yeah, knight c2, and there's no time for queen takes b2 because knight takes on d4 is a
Yeah,
discovery on
this
the queen.
rook on f2 is still contributing. Okay, so maybe he wasn't ready for knight c2 if he's taking time here.
he knew he wanted the knight on d4, and he's like, all right, knight c2. I'll figure it out when I get there.
Bishop e6. So allowing knight takes d4 and accepting potential double pawns, like double isolated pawns on the d file could emerge if we see the trade of knights here. But it's an interesting decision because black is a one with initiative, like the c4 pawn will be attacked. It looks like a very risky decision for black because like things could just simplify really quickly if d pawns fall and c pawn gets traded.
Yeah, I like this trade for Antipov because I think that even if you lose the c pawn, having black's d pawns doubled and isolated, I think it's
He
worth
goes
it.
for it.
So
Yeah,
take,
like rook
take.
d2 looks like the move of choice here.
There it is. Bishop takes, rook takes. And then, well, maybe then the b pawn falls.
Yeah, it's actually hard for white to win back the pawn immediately. Because there's so many lines where b2 falls. But I imagine like just bishop takes c4 and something like queen f2.
Maybe we should have tried to hold on to this c pawn, right? Like rook c2. Because
Another possibility.
the isolated d pawns aren't going anywhere, right?
Yeah, you would think so. But okay, he decides to take on d4, so
A bishop,
so bishop takes f1. There is an in-between move, rook d6,
rook d6,
which
but
would allow
then
bishop g2 with check.
yeah, bishop g2 in between move takes.
But it's murky because black has to worry about back rank
Back rank,
issues as well
yeah.
as the a5 rook being hit by the queen.
Well, there's after bishop takes g2, king takes g2. There's queen takes b2 with check,
Yeah, I was thinking about that, but then rook d2.
and then like queen back to b6. Or wait, are you saying takes with the?
The rook would be on d6 in that line. So we might see this play
Oh.
out. Like if rook takes d6 here.
Rook takes d6, bishop takes g2 check, king takes g2.
Oh yeah, queen b2, rook 1 d2.
Yeah,
not
yeah,
rook
yeah,
6
yeah, yeah,
d2.
yeah, yeah. I see now. I see what you're
Yeah.
saying. That's well, okay. Is there queen f6 there?
Oh, the rook would still cover
Oh,
f6.
you're yeah. Okay.
It's a very nice coordination from white, or nice geometry. But it's a really funny line. I'm curious. I mean, it's got to be what he's calculating right now.
I don't think you can take on b2. I think your rooks are good.
Yeah, I think queen c7.
Queen queen
in that
c7.
one.
Okay.
Like you take on g2 first, and then queen c7.
So this is the line that we're looking at. And
Yeah, I hope you're keeping up with the arrows.
yeah.
I
And
mean, the other option is taking on f1 and then taking on d6. And then there will be some back rank threats.
yeah. There's
So
okay, queen takes f1, queen takes b2, rook takes d6.
right, and then a2 can't be played because, or queen a2 can't be played because rook d8 is mating.
So then there, black would probably make some luft.
Right.
Oh, you know what we're also forgetting? If queen takes b2 sometime, well, okay, not in the line where there's queen takes f1, but like if we take on d6 right away, this queen can't go too far away from the rook on a5 either, because the queen on e1 hits that.
Exactly, right. So that's why bishop takes g2 and queen takes b2. Like it would come with check, but it leads to a situation where I don't think black can resolve
No.
the fact that the rook is hit, there's backbreaking issues, and the queen is hit in some lines.
Yeah, so
And he
rook
goes for
d6
it.
is played, bishop takes, queen takes
Oh,
pre-move,
rook g5
g5.
that we both forgot about.
Another check, and now queen c7. Oh my
So it's equal
word.
material, but white's king is a little bit airy.
Okay, so back
Same
rank is
time, white's
covered.
trying to achieve. Is there queen d2 here,
Wait, queen
threatening the rook
d2.
and mate?
Queen d2 looks so good. Wait, but then maybe
There's
just like
h6
h6.
or
Yeah.
even rook e5. It's not a winning move, but
Oh,
it's
true.
definitely a candidate move.
You do have to watch out for that. Yeah, it's probably just a
And let's
good
keep
move,
in mind,
actually.
all white needs to do is draw, but he's down over 2 minutes,
Yeah.
and
Down.
there's still a lot of life in the position.
Oparin fighting for his life. A must-win situation. A draw doesn't cut it.
I mean, he's got to be happy with the outcome of the last several moves, like keeping queens on the board, not losing any material. I mean, there's no more weak d6 pawn, and white's king is cornered on h1.
Yeah, earlier it looked really good for Antipov, and we could even tell by the use of time, right? Oparin was actually down on time, but now
Yep.
things have definitely turned in Oparin's favor here. I mean, no clear advantage yet, but it's definitely an improvement on uh, what the position was earlier, especially given this clock situation. But as we've seen time and time again, Antipov is comfortable in these time scrambles, and I mean, it was like what, 40 seconds to 6 minutes in that last
He's
game, and he
taken
turned
so
around.
much time on this move, falling below 10 seconds. Oh
Okay.
no, my queen! We see it for like a fifth time today. Like the same back ring tactic. Oh, this makes me so happy.
Oh, he's blundering his queen. I don't know.
Someone call an ambulance.
He's also threatening queen takes c8.
That's true, yeah. The forceful queen sack. It's actually really cool. So if black makes Luft, you can still play queen c8 and then trade everything. I did not see this coming, but
Queen c3.
that's a nice idea. Wonder if we'll see like rook e8, just avoiding the queen sack.
I'm expecting just like h6.
Yeah, and then there's this like resulting rook ending, queen c8, rook d8, big trade, king h7.
Rook
And the very
d7.
end of things, black will swing the rook back to b5,
Ah, yes.
and then white will be stuck with rook c2, and then it's a rook ending where like equal pawns, but maybe black has a more active rook.
So maybe Oparin needs to avoid that and play this rook move.
What are the other options? I'm realizing if black plays rook gc5, there's queen takes c5. So that would not work. As black, you want to keep as much tension as possible and try and keep pieces on the board given the time situation. But okay, I think
h6.
yeah, we
Wow.
see the fancy queen trade. Rook. Ah, there's
D's.
rook d7 here, but rook d7, rook b5 still.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Oh, h4
h4.
first. Still rook
I think we'll see
b5.
rook b5, rook d2.
Could also see rook b5, rook
Wait,
d4,
there's rook g3. He doesn't go for it.
g3,
It looked
g3.
like an interesting possibility.
But we do see b5, d2. Your initial instinct.
Yeah, I was calculating this position like back after queen c3. Now the kings are going to come in. This should be a draw, like objectively, but it'll be entertaining
But
given the time
the time
situation and the match
scramble.
situation.
Okay. Also, Antipov has separated kingside pawns.
Yeah, it's arguably a little bit better for black. Still very drawish. Like white's king is very solid on g3.
Yeah, Oparin's 100% going to grind this as much as possible.
I'm trying to think like as black, how do you create maximum winning chances? Because your king's cut off. Like you can't really run your king to the queen side, and white's just gonna wait. Whenever black plays king f4, there's rook e4 check.
Hmm.
So as black, you might have to do some dancing around with a rook. I like rook d3 because, okay, it wasn't doing so much on b3. Oh, white is very contentious waiting here.
White's happy to repeat as well. So if rook d3, I would expect rook e4.
Okay, h5. I mean, he's got to go all out. g5, okay. It's one imbalance. Like, if rooks are traded now, black is winning because of the outside passer. Okay, allowed. Ooh,
Whoa, wait.
rook h4, that was sneaky. And rook b2 was very sneaky.
2 seconds.
White's so low on time. Like, I'm not sure if I could defend this position as white. It looks terrifying. This outside passer.
Check.
Yeah, king.
1 second.
Ooh, now rook g3. Rook g3, white can go after b5, like rook c2.
Rook takes. Rook takes.
Wait, we're gonna see
There's rook
rook
f2. There's rook f2 check.
Or rook f2.
Oh my goodness.
And is it winning?
Wait, rook b3?
Rook b3? Because white has rook h5 in the end.
He's playing
This
king
isn't
e5.
so clear. The
Okay.
kings will walk over.
Check. Take the a pawn. What?
No, black is winning now.
Oh, he's
A
defending the
pawn's
b
lost.
pawn. Oh my god, 2 pawns. He's not even taking it.
The king can walk to a5. This is a trivial win. But as white, you play on because there's... Oh, I guess you don't play on.
Oh,
Oh, man.
oh my
what a
word.
clutch win from Oparin.
Oh my word. Allowing rook takes f3 was the problem, I guess. Rook g3 and I think rook e3 was needed from white. But okay, we go to the 5
It's so
plus
hard
2
to make
tiebreak.
these decisions in such low time.
So, Antipov won 3 games in a row. Grigory has snapped the win streak and now has the white pieces in a tiebreak. This is winner takes all. This could be the last game of the season.
It could, and like all the games between these two players have been decisive. So, oh man. What a clutch
crazy.
win from Oparin. Like the last 4 games in a row have been so clutch for the winning player. And now it's a matter of just physical and mental stamina, like keeping composure.
How long has Antipov been playing for today? He started at 11 a.m. Pacific. It's been almost 4 hours.
A long day. I mean, chess players are used to
Oh,
playing
for sure.
hours on end, so but it's gotta be tiring still.
So
Looks like
queen's
they're
off
going into a
early.
very safe line. I think this is still known theory of some sort.
Probably knight c6. Try to block that long diagonal for the light square bishop.
Yeah, I have the opening book open. So, okay, there's been 2 games previously in this position. Or no, just 1 game. There's a very high draw percentage in this line though.
Oh. So when you're preparing for a match, like how often do you check this like Explorer database? Like, do you think these players have also seen this line?
Yeah, well, a lot of it is checking your opponent's previous games and having a sense of what their overall repertoire is. When I'm preparing openings in general, maybe not for a specific player, then I'll use like the mega database more, where you're referencing millions upon millions of like high level tournament games, and then seeing what like the trends are and what the top players are doing. But it's a very useful tool to use in addition to the engine. Because when you're referencing, let's say, several hundred or several thousand games in various lines, it's good to have a sense of like what the win percentage is in various lines and who the top players are. Um, so it should be a staple of like opening prep for any strong player.
I see Count Live still watching his players play. He's asking if Black has draw odds. No. This is match 2. So it looks like Antipov is up by 1 point because he won the first match 2-1. But this current match that they're on right now, after the reset, is tied 1-1 right now. So if this game is a draw, then they go to a 1+2 tiebreak. With
And then they just keep playing 1+2
yeah,
until there's a
someone
winner.
wins, exactly.
So what's been the longest match of the season? Like have there been any matches where they just keep playing 1+2 games?
I think from what we've seen, maybe there's been like 2 or 3 1+2 games played in the
Okay.
longest match so far. But yeah, last season I think we had like a record in the team format with, because they also repeat 1+2 until a result. And I think the most overtimes, there was like one match went to like 5 overtimes or something crazy.
Wow,
Um,
that's insane.
yeah, so we could see a long one here, but as you mentioned, all the games so far have been decisive. So I don't know how many more games these players have in them. This could be it.
Well, this is a more timid position. Like maybe not timid is the right word. Um, but a little bit less sharp position than the previous games. Like so far, all of the games between these two players have been like so sharp, dynamic, imbalanced. And this is like the most solid position I think we've seen, at least from the opening.
For sure.
Queens are off the board, but you never know. Like as we've seen in like these previous endings, um, even at like a strong grandmaster level, it's possible to grind down positions that are equal and outplay your opponent for a win.
Yeah, and it's cool to see these players also playing a blitz time control now because, like I said, tomorrow is the U.S. College Blitz Championship. So this could be a little warm up for them getting ready for tomorrow. And if you thought today was a long day, tomorrow is going to be even longer because they start at 9 a.m. Pacific, and it's 12 rounds of 3+2. And I think each round is like either 20 or 30 minutes long. So,
Wow.
yeah.
Yeah, I know you had asked me to commentate for tomorrow. I have some other plans, so unfortunately I'll be missing out. But I hope. Are you doing commentary for tomorrow with
I will
someone?
be doing commentary tomorrow. I don't think we have anyone that's lasting the entirety of the broadcast with me, but we will have guests.
Very nice.
Yeah.
I'm sure it will be fun action to call.
Rook C7.
We do see a time disparity here. I mean, Antipov down over a minute. And like, if I had to pick a side, I'd probably pick white just with this very strong Catalan bishop on g2. Like, even though it's staring into empty space, if you compare it to Black's bishop on e8, uh, it's a bit prettier. And white also has the c-file pressure now with this battery. I wonder if there's some idea to play like knight d1 and b4, just win material. I think Black has to be careful.
Yeah, it's not obvious. And Antipov down under a minute and a half. Do you double on the C file as well, or does that not work?
Rook c8 comes to mind, yeah, but then, yeah, I'd really like to move the knight.
Yeah, your knight D1 idea is still in play.
knight d1 could be met with knight a6.
B4 first.
B4, and where does black move the knight?
We go to A6.
Yeah, knight a6, I was thinking very simple move a3 from white.
But then could we take on C3? No, never mind. There's two.
Yeah, the c3 is defended.
Okay,
Yeah.
so yeah, A3,
No worries.
A3 is nice. So okay, knight to D7, trading off this way.
But white's made some positional gain on the queen side. With the pawn on b5, it's fixed on light square. And with light squared bishops, this is in white's favor. White's also preparing some knight c5 outpost, at the same time offering the knight trade. And the rook trade. Maybe trade of both rooks.
Yeah, we could see a mass simplification here.
I mean, if the knights and rooks come off the board, then white should be winning because the king can, assuming the king can reach d4 and c5, then white's winning on the queen side. So knight d5 avoiding the trade, going after b4.
Also
I
defending
imagine,
C7.
yeah, that was important too. I was going to say that white probably play a3 at some point. Oh. Oh no, my pawn.
Yeah, you can't take on B4 because knight takes on D7.
Again with the back rank tricks.
Rook takes, there's rook C8 mate.
And white's also threatening bishop takes d5 to get like a good knight versus bad bishop scenario. So knight b6, defensive move. Ensuring after knight d7, at the very least there'd be rook d7. Although maybe knight d7 is still playable. There's some bishop c6 in the end.
Good point.
But it's a question, I mean, does white want to go for that? Because a move like rook d1 also looks very strong. I probably have to take back what I was saying earlier, that like it seemed like this was heading towards a draw, because it seems like white's actually played a really nice positional game, despite the early queen trade and more dry opening position. There's been some nice positional ideas.
Yeah, I think Oparin actually could win this B pawn, like you mentioned. Like take on D7, and at the end you have bishop C6, right? That's a fork.
Yeah. Now it's a question what black takes. So after knight d7, there is rook.
Rook takes D7.
d1.
Oh.
But it's the same thing. Like bishop c6 happens in both lines.
Just
he just plays e3.
Leaving the pressure.
Very slow move. I wonder if he was worried about rook d2 at the end of some line.
Yeah, I saw that too. That was an idea.
Okay, so there's no knight d7 anymore.
Knight c4. Oh, trading.
Rooks come off the board.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't think white has as much of an advantage anymore.
Wow, they must have
I
seen
mean, white's
something.
still playing for a win, though.
Yeah, like taking on D7 was such an interesting line. I don't know what was wrong with it. So really interesting to see that they didn't go for that. And now this position's looking a bit clearer, right? It's still fairly even.
Yeah, after a6. I mean, white still wants to like poke and prod, like maybe bishop back to g2 and go into b7. There's still some pressure. Okay, the bishop's gonna reroute to c8. But any moment we'll probably see knight c4. Bishop c8 first, nice move defending.
Defending from
Like
bishop
both
D7.
sides have these outposts on the c4 and c5 squares.
All right, now knight c4. And does it even come with any threats?
Probably not, but it looks nice. A nice decoration.
It's nice to have. Okay,
White offering
trading
the
the
trade.
knights.
Yeah, it looks like this is heading towards a draw.
Yeah.
Which means we're gonna see some bullets.
That's what it appears to look like.
I mean, only white can try to play for a win, but usually to win positions like this, you need at least 2 weaknesses to exploit in the opponent's territory. There is one weakness, this a6 pawn. Can you just
A6.
allow bishop? Oh,
Whoa.
wow. Yeah, the pawn couldn't be taken because king b6.
King
Very
b6 and
tricky.
the bishop's trapped.
I wonder if like g4, g5 at the right moment. White's still fighting.
Yeah. Antipov low on time. There's your g4.
Yeah, now if you don't play g4 or g5, black was going to play g5.
So taking an
So
e5 first, now g5. 2
it's
seconds. Oh,
actually,
man.
it's still tricky because the king can maybe access e4 or g4. Like bishop
Like
g4
bishop
here
g4, yeah.
is a move.
And now, wait, what do you
And
do?
then white will win the pawn race if the bishops got traded.
Bishop, yeah, trying to prevent the king from getting to
Bishop
g4.
f3 looks...
Oh,
Bishop f3, you have to calculate, but I
wow.
think it works.
The king's getting in.
Gradually working his way in. Yeah, this is now a situation white has multiple weaknesses to attack between
Wow.
a6 and the kingside pawns. It should be winning. Man, such nice endgame
Bishop
grind
e6. Oh,
from Oparin.
this is how he won the last game, too. Bishop
Now he's going to put
f5.
his bishop on e4, and you can't stop king f5 or king h5 as black.
You have to let both. Oh,
Wait a minute, king c7. You can't take on a6. Bishop would have gotten trapped, but king
now
f5
king
here.
f5.
The
Yeah, I
king has
wonder if.
walked into black's house.
Oh, and how do you defend the h pawn? Just trade on d5.
You don't. Trading
Ugh.
probably worked, but this should also work.
So what? King
King
g7,
g7.
h5, king h6, and there goes your h pawn.
Wait, pawn race though.
But yeah, the king's gonna get to e4. Take. Oh,
That's got to be winning for white.
declines.
Yeah, bishop g6. Don't flag.
Both players less than 5 seconds. Oh my god. Oh my word. I don't know what's happening, Eric.
It should be winning. Yeah, like I'm trying to internalize what's going on. But the pawn's about to run. King
Oh,
c5. Just don't stalemate.
why not run the a pawn? He's going with the b pawn.
Yeah,
But it's
he's being extra safe here.
wow.
All you need to do, scoop up the b pawn. Oh, there's a funny stalemate. A5, A4 self stalemate. That would be hilarious. But white has king c2. Wait, what? What did he just do?
I don't know. King a2? Wait.
King a2, e5. It should still be winning for white. Wait, king
This is
a1
like
and a2.
this is the
Oh, he
most
takes on a3
complicated.
though.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. Oh
Oh, what
my
just happened there?
goodness. What a
That was a little
crazy
trickier than it needed to be, but
the most
that would have been so
complicated
funny
way.
if he lost stalemate.
Well, with that, Oparin wins the second match.
What an amazing series of games.
Incredible, absolutely incredible. Both matches went to overtime, and just even Antipov forcing the reset in the first place was incredible, and then to win the first game, and then Oparin to return the favor, winning the next, was it 2 in a row?
It was 2 in
To
a
win the
row, yeah.
match.
Forcing
Incredible.
the blitz game and then winning.
Well, there you have it, folks. Grigori Oparin, he is the winner of the Collegiate Chess League Fall 2022 season. He wins $1,600, and Antipov, his teammate from Mizzou, walks home with $1,300. So not bad for the Mizzou team overall, taking first and second. I mean, as a coach for Christian, he can't ask for much more. So yeah, again, congrats to the Mizzou team, and congrats to both Oparin and Antipov, but especially Oparin for winning the grand finals and first place. So yeah, that's it for the season. Now we have our next season starting end of January. The registration for that's going to open up next week, so please be sure to stay tuned for that. Tomorrow is another big day. We have the Blitz College Championship, so I'm expecting to see even more of these players to show up for that. And then we don't have another major event until Pan Am's in early January. So, yeah, be sure to tune in for that tomorrow. My name's Joe, and I'm joined once again by none other Eric Rosen. Thank you so much. This has been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, this has been super fun to commentate. I hope people watching enjoyed the chess. And yeah, big congrats again to Oparin and just the Mizzou team for being dominant. And it'll be interesting to see what happens tomorrow.
Awesome. Well, thank you once again, everyone, for being here and for watching. Congrats again to Oparin. And I think that's going to be it for us today. So stick around for the raid. We're going to send you guys off to another channel. But in the meantime, stay tuned for tomorrow, big events, and keep an eye out for our registration starting next week for the spring team season. Thank you, everyone, once again. What a fantastic season. And with that, we're out. Thank you.
Bye, guys.